Thank you for coming to CenPRIS and Universitas Sultan Ageng-Tirta Yasa. It is an honor for us to welcome Professor Media Dr. Azim Fazwan Ahmad Farooq, Associate Director Center for Policy Research and International Studies. Professor Media Dr. Muhammad Rifani Bustami, Center for Policy Research and International Studies. Dr. Agus Prihartono, Dean of Faculty, Universitas Sultan Ageng-Tirta Yasa. Dr. Ika Matusunya, Coordinator of International Office, Universitas Sultan Ageng-Tirta Yasa. Dr. Saslina Saleh, Deputy Director, Center for Policy, Research and International Studies. Mr. Andrew Han, Penamari Sekretari Jaringan Ekologi dan Iklim. Andri Jabris Said, Perwakilan KJRI Penang. Delegation from Universitas Sultan Ageng-Tirta Yasa and academic staff and students from University Science Malaysia. Before we all start our event, let us begin our day with basmalah and then Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Therefore, now we would like to invite Associate Professor Dr. Azim Fazwan Ahmad Farooq for introduce about CenPRIS. Please welcome.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. On behalf of all of us at the Center for Policy Research and International Studies, University Science Malaysia, I would like to extend a very warm welcome to all of you, and especially to Dr. Agus Prihartono, Dean of Faculty Law Faculty, Universitas Sultan Ageng Tartayasa, and his delegation. A very warm welcome also to one second. Okay, a very warm welcome also to Pak Andri, representative from the Indonesian Consulate in Penang, and also to Mr. Andrew Han, Honorary Secretary of JEDI, Penang. Ladies and gentlemen, my role this morning is to give a brief introduction to the Center for Policy Research and International Studies, University Science, Malaysia. CenPRIS, as it is known today, is the first social science research institute in Malaysia. It was established in 1974, and in the year 2007, the Center for Policy Research was actually combined with the Center for International Studies, and today it is known as the Center for Policy Research and International Studies. The main objective as to why the Center for Policy Research was established in 1974 is to provide the government of Malaysia with expertise in undertaking applied research. Before 1974, there were many research institutes in Malaysia, but these research institutes were mainly focusing on science and technology. But in 1974, when the Center for Policy Research was established, it was established with one goal in mind, that is to provide the government of the day at that point in time with consultancy services. And the Center for Policy Research was actively involved in undertaking many poverty eradication projects, because I think, as all of you are aware, Malaysia in 1970s was primarily an agrarian country, and the poverty rate was quite high at that point in time. And our role in the 1970s was to establish baseline data on the state of poverty in Malaysia. Fast forward to what it is today now, the Center for Policy Research and International Studies has many dimensions in terms of how we operate. We do have a multidisciplinary faculty. Most of our faculty members are focusing in economics. We do have expertise in anthropology and sociology, in political science, as well as in environmental science. So it is actually an interdisciplinary institute. It has many sub-disciplines within the social sciences, and we are actively engaged with many government agencies. Our main focus is to do consultancy services. So our main aim at this point in time has not stray away from why we were established in 1974, but the only difference is that we do have an international studies dimension. I'm sad to say that our international studies dimension is not that active because we do not have experts in area studies. So we might propose to the university to take that dimension out from CenPRIS, and we will be focusing mainly in policy studies. Next slide, please. I think, as you are aware, the next slide is not important. Okay, these are our faculty members. Together with us this morning is my deputy, Dr. Sazlina. Her area of expertise is in environmental science. Associate Professor Dr. Goh is actually on her sabbatical leave. She is in Taiwan. Her area of expertise is, I think, economics, if I'm not mistaken. And all of you know Associate Professor Dr. Ibani Bustami. He is an anthropologist and he's a sociologist. And next slide, please. Associate Professor Dr. Tang is also an economist, and Dr. Dayang is also an economist. So, if you look at the distribution of experts within the center, majority of our academics are focusing mainly in economics. But we do have, a good working relationship between the economists and also the other social scientists within the center. So our center, for lack of a better word, does represent the subdisciplines within the social sciences. And we also work closely with other schools and research centers in USM. USM is a comprehensive university. We offer many disciplines. The only discipline that we do not have faculties in veterinary science and law. Apart from that, we have many other disciplines within the academia. The only two disciplines that are not here in the university are law and veterinary science. We have expertise in engineering. The engineering campus is actually in the mainland. Our medical faculty is in the East Coast, in the state of Kelantan. We also have a medical institute in the mainland and also a satellite campus in Belgium, India. And we have another satellite campus in the capital city, Kuala Lumpur. Next. This is our support staff. Next. I don't think I will go through our aims. I think I have mentioned to you that our primary aim is to undertake consultancy services for the government. But in this day and age, it's not an easy task because we have to compete with other research centers and other universities and also other private bodies in Malaysia. But we continuously have certain projects coming in from the government. And I think another one of our strengths is we do have a sizable postgraduate students. The number of postgraduate students at the moment is around, I would say, about 65 students from all over the world. We have students from the Middle East, from Indonesia, from Africa, and now we have a lot of students coming from China. So we welcome any attempt by your university to collaborate with us, and we do hope that our collaboration will continue in the future, and we can do many other things apart from a symposium with Universitas Sultan again, Tirta Yasa. I know that you have a full schedule today, but I would strongly suggest that you take some time off from your busy schedule to do a short tour of Penang, and also maybe someone can take you around campus. This is possibly one of the most beautiful campus in the country. Most of the buildings that are on campus today are built before the Second World War, and I welcome you to Penang and to University Science Malaysia. Wabillahi taufiq wa hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi taala wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Associate Professor Dr. Azim Azwan Ahmad Farooq, for your speech. And now, let us continue our program with our first presentation by Associate Professor Madia, Dr. Rifani Mustami, to begin the presentation with the title Nusantara Declaring Our Knowledge Indigenizing Our World. Please welcome to the Professor Dr. Rifani Mustami.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi. Good morning. I'm so happy and delighted to see all of you today and to have representatives and friends from all over. And we actually have friends online as well from across the ocean in Indonesia. So I can see that there's some from Sumatra, Lampung, I see from Munir, from Surabaya too. I cannot see from now, I cannot see anymore now. Thank you so much for those who have made your time available for this short seminar, and I'm really happy to also receive, meet new friends whom I haven't met, from Tirta, and associate old friends from Syria. Thank you so much for Permai from Consulate General Republic of Indonesia, Sofis, and thank you also for my new friends from Jeddah. Jeddah, not the Star Wars Jeddah, Jaringan Ecology dan Iklim. Yes, and I was very impressed in a demonstration last time. So Andrew Hunt giving real motivational kind of speech and insights to the problem we face at Lokumba. So I invited Andrew Hunt over, and he's also a filmmaker. So and he brought his team of friends also from KL. So those of you interested, you can also meet them. Also friends from Permai, Persatuan Masyarakat Indonesia, Pulau Pinang, Pak Wazani, Pak Agong, who have been very dedicated to helping teman-teman saudara-saudara se-Nusantara, baik di Indonesia maupun di Malaysia. Thank you so much. Also some postgraduates who are here. I appreciate that. And by the way, the host today, the MC today, intern students doing the internship for KKN, but now it's changed to something else now, khusus masyarakat apa gitu ya, khusus
kuliah kerja nyata. Kuliah kerja nyata.
Nama lama. Pengabdian masyarakat ya,
Pengabdian pada masyarakat.
Pengabdian pada masyarakat ya, which is community service ya. So they are doing community service, and they actually like to meet up with friends in the fishing community as well. So they are here too. Let me. I need to stand somewhere that I can see my slides. Yeah. Right. Yeah. Probably. Can I? Where can I sit? Here. Yeah. Okay. Can you hear my voice? The voice okay? All right. Okay. Thank you, Annie. All right. The title. Can I go to the title? The title. Okay. Thank you. The title. Hello. Okay. The title that I've chosen is Nusantarization, decolonizing the world and indigenizing our knowledge. Just now, Nufus trying to pronounce that word indigenizing. It's not easy to pronounce, I guess, from the word indigenize, the word indigenous. So I will not go too deep into the idea of Nusantarization, but I'm going to use it as a framework to discuss, to analyze the problem of environment, problem of development, problem of marginalization of local wisdom, right, from the perspective of Nusantara. Now, I define Nusantara using the original lenses of Nusantara, which is, if you go back in time, you can go very, very long time ago. You can begin from the Sumpah Palapa, the pledge of Palapa by Majapahit, who said that he won't be sleeping at all, won't be eating, tidak tidur yang nyenyak, tidak makan yang kenyang, sehinggalah Nusantara disatukan gitu. So Nusantara, you can trace back there, and Nusantara has been defined even up to Temasek, which is Singapore now, even up to Gurun, even Pahang was mentioned there as well. So Nusantara is a space, is a civilizational space. From Sabang, which is Sumatra, to Merauke, hingga Philippines. From Rote, the southern part of Indonesia, to Miangas, up to Champa, which is now Cambodia. More or less that space, that geographical space, as well as civilizational space. So basically, I will be framing the discussion from that perspective. Shall we go to the next slide? Okay, I think one of the things I'd like to share with you is that one of the agendas of CenPRIS is actually the agenda of decolonization. We have organized some series of activities, conferences, workshops, right, on decolonizing the university and so on and so forth. So I take the idea of colonization and apply a concept that I thought is very apt, very suitable to use, which is colonial epistemicide, another big word. Basically, we know the word genocide, right? But epistemicide is about the killing of local knowledge through the process of colonization. When the colonizers came, they not only colonized the political system, the economy, but also our system of knowledge, right? Our social sciences, our medical sciences, the way we look at the environment, the way we define ourselves vis-a-vis the environment. So the colonizers actually killed, to a large extent, our own indigenous knowledge, our own local wisdom. So the idea of Nusantarization is actually to decolonize our world and to indigenize our knowledge, to rethink and critique and possibly challenge the existing status quo, right, of the capitalist-led globalization, the post-colonial world that we're living in, and to also look at our knowledge system, our way of thinking, right? And to re-empower the local wisdom, the indigenous heritage of Nusantara, while progressing towards principle-centered futures. Now, I'm not proposing, I'm not putting forth an idea that we got to destroy everything that is from is coming from the colonizers. In peribahasa Nusantara, we have this peribahasa, ambil yang jernih, buang yang keruh. Yeah? So we take what is good, we can adopt what is good, but we remove the rest that is destructive, that is toxic to us. So basically, that is the whole approach to Nusantarization. So bringing back, reviving our local wisdom, reviving our knowledge, at the same time letting go of those destructive colonial powers, paradigms, and elements. So that's Nusantarization in essence. This is, by the way, a picture of Pulau Pinang. Pinang, go ahead. Then next one. Next slide, please. Right. I've written more extensively on the idea of Nusantarization or Nusantarasasi, and sudah dipublikasikan, sudah diterbitkan dalam buku ini. We published in Nationalism, Ragam dan Rasa. It is a book that is written with authors from Indonesia and Malaysia. You can get a free copy from our Waqaf Ilmu Nusantara.com library. So if you want to go more deeper understanding of Nusantarization, this will be there's a chapter in there that talks about it. Next. Now, the whole presentation today will be focusing on three paradigms, right? One is the paradigm of property and space, the other one is paradigm of knowledge, and the last one, last but not least, the paradigm of development. So Nusantarization of these colonized paradigms. And these are the paradigms that are related to what we are discussing today, which is environment, which is about the connection, the nexus between the environment and society. Right? So there are three paradigms. The first, the paradigm of space and property. Right? By the way, those of you, our guests from Untirta, who have not been to the northern part of Penang, right? You can go. We have a little Lombok there, or they say little Bali, but Bali is overrated and Lombok is underrated. So we want to promote Lombok, right? And our students from Universitas Mataram are from Lombok, so I'm promoting Lombok more than Bali. So we have a little a beach tourist space up there, right? So you're welcome to visit that. All right. The first is paradigm of space and property. Let's go to the next slide. So paradigm of knowledge. Maybe I can stand so that I can see the rest. Yeah? This next one. The third one is the next slide. It's paradigm of development. We'll go to the first paradigm. Okay, so the three paradigms that destroy society. Yeah? The first one is paradigm of property and space. The responsibility of public versus private. The whole idea is that the whole definition of space and property has been Tuan Haji Zakaria, kata? Selamat datang, selamat datang. Tuan Haji Zakaria seorang pemimpin dari komuniti nelayan kita. Selamat datang. Silakan. Ya. Saya tak pakai kacamata, tak apa nampak mata saya ke mana. So the disappearing sense of community responsibility towards their surrounding land and environment. So we say, well, itu pantai bukan pantai saya, pantai hotel Golden Sands. Sungai itu bukan sungai saya, kita buang sampah ke dalam sungai itu kan. So the sense of responsibility, the sense of social responsibility. Jadi kita Tuan Haji Zakaria ini orang yang aktivis yang sangat-sangat saya hormati, sangat banyak. Terima kasih Tuan Haji Zakaria. So the sense of responsibility, the sense of ownership, the sense of the sharing consciousness, is disappearing the more we privatize our space. We define property based on who owns what, and the ownership is more and more transferred to the private, namely the capitalist class or the capitalist corporations. Right? This is what's happening. The paradigm knowledge, what we see, is that the science that we are teaching right now are very much removed from what is called myths, right? But a lot of the myths are also local wisdom. So it seems like since the Renaissance, right, there's a separation of knowledge into what is called science, right? But a part of knowledge has also been marginalized from the mainstream narratives, from the mainstream thinking, right? It so happens that Dr. Sazan and I have actually written an article on local ecological knowledge. We're actually linking the local wisdom and the science behind it. Right? The third one is paradigm of development, where I'll be talking about urbanization, commodification, as well as economic justice, where poor people will cut down trees to survive. Right? Eventually, the poor will have to cut down trees to survive, because that's the most logical thing for them to do. Right? Because of this whole paradigm of development. We define development by establishing new structures on Earth in a way that is unfriendly to the environment. Right? So let's go to the next one. So we'll go dive deeper into the paradigm of space and property. Since 1648, the Westphalian Treaty, right? The world system has established a hegemony of Westphalian ideology. What does it mean? The Westphalian Treaty is actually an outcome of a conflict, a series of conflict, wars in Europe, right, between nations. Jadi negara-negara di Eropa itu berperang-perang, akhirnya dibangunkan satu treaty, satu perjanjian di mana kedaulatan negara adalah berdasarkan perbatasan sempadan. Ya. So the sovereignty of the country is defined by the territories. Yeah. So if you cross this territory, you can be persecuted, you can be jailed, you can be killed. Right? Makanya kalau dahulu zaman Nusantara dulu jarang kita ada peperangan di perbatasan. Kalau ini 9 dotted line, right? You cross this 9 dotted line, I will kill you. I can attack you. Yeah, the player can attack. We do not have that kind of war. We have wars in the istana, the kraton, in the palaces. That's where we have wars. Not at the borders, because the borders are not well defined. But now, the whole world system, the whole international system has been defined based on this Westphalian concept, where the lines are clearly drawn. And it's been negotiated, of course. It's been litigated as well. Like you want to say, well, this island belongs to you, this island belongs to me. They keep on arguing on the basis of these borders. Right? You want to establish where the border is. Right? You would think that this is what's wrong with that, right? Let's go to the next slide. Now, I like to take Yogyakarta as an example of a good Nusantara. If there is still a city, right, that resembles a Nusantara city, Yogyakarta will be an example. Yogyakarta juga sudah berubah sekarang ni ya. But this Yogyakarta 5 years ago maybe ya. Where there's this jalan, namanya Jalan Malioboro. You can see the gelendangan, the homeless, the unhoused, or the people with the houses right now. Yeah, different words for homeless people now. Gelandangan bersama-sama dengan musicians, bersama dengan dosen, lecturers, and students will be playing music, drinking coffee together, and the feel that you have there is not a mall. It's like communities coming together and enjoying the moments.
Yes.
Drinking coffee, kopi josnya kan? Jos ya? Kopi jos ya itu. Kopi jos is where they have coffee, they put in arang dalam tu, they put hot coal, right? Put in there, then that's josan. I tried it, right? I suppose nothing happened to me. And the whole idea of Jogja is that the land is shared. In fact, the whole idea of abdi dalam, the people who serve the kraton, the people who serve the palace, they live around the space around the kraton, the palace, right? But they don't own the land. And they can pass down to the next generation, to the children. But the agreement is that they serve the palace. They serve the abdi dalam and serve them. And they don't get much either, but it's an honor to serve, right? And the Sultan, which is the only Sultan that's also a governor in Indonesia, right? So we have a dual system. So not just China has a dual system, but in Indonesia they have it too. He is also the governor. Now, one of the most established universities in Indonesia, UGM, Universitas Gajah Mada, right? The land is owned by the Sultan, right? But it's free to be used, right? So the whole idea of commons, shared spaces, is a paradigm of Nusantara. Jadi kita berbagi bersama itu, kita share, berkongsi, kalau bahasa Malaysia nya berkongsi bersama, berbagi bersama ruangnya itu. So the space is not privatized. Itu ruang publik, ruang untuk orang awam gitu. So we share the space. Now what's happening in the next slide? You see, in the concept of Nusantara, if you go back to the desa, the kampung, the villages, right? We seldom have fences. Jadi anak-anak kita itu, our children can play from one house to another house freely. Jadi tidak ada perbatasannya, tidak ada sempadannya. So the idea of the Westphalian concept of this is mine, that is yours, is not a concept that is practiced in a village, in a Nusantara paradigm, right? In fact, there's a lot more shared spaces, a lot more commons, right? But you see, what happens is, now we want to recreate community, we want to rethink about the way we do planning, So you can see the down there, our Putrajaya trying to recreate the Umara and Ulama, the leaders and the religious people, right, together, right? So you have the Prime Minister's office. Ani, can you go back to the Prime Minister's office and the masjid next to each other, and then there's a space in the middle there where people can congregate. And kalau mau protes pun boleh juga lah kalau mau. I'm not sure whether was there any protest ya so far. I'm not sure. Ya, Malaysia ni kurang sikit protes-protesnya kan. Sebab semua kenyang-kenyang kan, jadi susah sikit. Kena pula nasi kandang lah kan, biar tu kan. And they try to create the water space as part of the environment, right? But this has been our tradition for a long time in Nusantara, right? So what we see is the colonization of space, and then we want to return back to what we had last time, right? But we have all these structures that's fighting against what we really want, right? What our hearts really want, right? Okay, can we go to the next one? Nah, ini satu contoh di Pulau Pinang. This is Sungai Arab, Pulau Pinang. The community. This is a picture. Right, sampah banyak, right? Sampah banyak. Ada lembu-lembu, sapi-sapi di situ kan. Traffic and bersama lembu-lembu, sapi-sapi itu kan. Right, this is a river in Pulau Pinang, right? No one really cares, right? With the environment in Penang, is it? Polluted, yeah, polluted. Sungai, river, right? But when the idea of commons are being introduced, can we see the next slide? When the commons are being introduced, it has become a community space. Now, this place in Sungai Arab waterfront, the people came forward and created urban farming, right? So people are having patches of little gardens of herbs, ulam-ulam, gitu, lalapan kalau bahasa Indonesia kan, ulam-ulam gitu. And they turn this space, this Sungai Arab waterfront, right, into a common, right, into a shared space, not a privatized idea, but to deprivatize it, to return the whole thing to the community, right? The one of the leaders is Eric Chia, if I'm mistaken. Remember? I forgot. Yeah. Eric Chia, right? Eric Chia, yeah. So it's amazing. And the river, they have transformed the river, and I think in year 2019, 2018, I think that is the best river, the cleanest river in Malaysia. So that is once polluted river and become the best, the cleanest river. You can actually see fish over there. The kids can go there, and then they have transformed the place into an educational space as well. So these are all community-initiated activities and projects. So the process of Nusantarization is the process of returning what was private to the public. Right? It's also quite different from returning the public to the government. Is it not? Right? I remember I presented a similar argument to an architectural gang conference. Right? They were proposing the Penang, the one in Georgetown. Right? They actually revived the river too. But the sense of belonging there is different from the sense of belonging of these people. Right? This is managed by them. This is the whole idea of Nusantarization. It's about decolonizing our world, decolonizing the whole idea of it must be privatized, it must be government-led. Right? The people lead. So this is a different paradigm. That's what we. That's Eric Chia that taught them. Right? So rebuilding a sharing farm, creating commons instead of privatized spaces. The next slide, please. All right. Okay. So Nusantarization is recreating the commons. So part of Nusantara paradigm is the commons. They have more public spaces. Right? From the linking to reconnecting to the land, to the earth, to the nature, to the green. The Ulam community, of course, If you know Kusama, her research is about ulam, is about lalapan, right? The community of farmers, community of, why they are write this way? Ulamas. So from private consumerist mindset to sharing culture and systems. These people, right, this community of urban farmers, they share the seeds, biji-biji, benih-benih tu. They share pupuk the fertilizers. They share fertilizers. They share fruits. They share their trees. They share a lot of things. They share knowledge. Somebody will take a picture. I found this tree. I found this fruit. I found a wheat. Right? Do you know what it is? Somebody will carry out research and share knowledge there. So the whole idea of sharing space is a powerful concept of community transformation, right? So relearning local wisdom, reversal of anomaly. The whole idea of and you eat this one, there will be benefits to your, reducing blood pressure and all that, right? Bringing back the knowledge of the nature, right? And then somebody, the other day my Indonesian mate told me di kampungnya macam makan benda ni juga ni kan. So if you get this, so the whole knowledge of local wisdom has been revised because they share this space, right? Because space is not just space, space is heritage in the space. Ada warisan di dalam ruangan. So collective efforts and individualized plots. Jadi masih ada individual, but it's a collective effort. Right? Making income less relevant to quality of life. So you do not need to be rich to eat organic vegetables. Right? You make income less relevant to your quality of life, to your health. So imagine a lot of people in the village, they do not have to have a lot of income to have a good quality of life. Increasingly not the case now, right? Because the environment around there has also been destroyed, right? And the paradigm of knowledge of what is good from the vegetables also been destroyed, right? So we need to revive this one. And this would be a good example. Now, okay, nanti tunggu saya tapi nggak apa-apa. Next one. Okay. Meanwhile, ini different discussion a bit, yeah. In Pulau Sebatik is an island, right? In close to the island of Borneo, right over there. It's the border of Indonesia and Malaysia, right? Sabah and Kalimantan Barat Timur. So that is Batik, Malaysia up there, Indonesia down there. And the very wise, intelligent, super clever colonizers just take a pen, just draw a line there, right? They draw a line, and then somebody's house is also there, right? So they can actually cook in the Malaysian kitchen, Indonesian kitchen, and then go eat in the Malaysian kitchen. It is why? Because of the Westphalian ideology. Right? Now, the Westphalian ideology of space is to divide, right? And yet, you see that happens in Sungai Golok in northern Malaysia, Kelantan. Right? You can actually cross the river. Right? I have done that myself. Right? Gone there. They say you want to mau pergi immigration kan, nak pergi pakai sampan kan? Oh, sociologist, right? Sampan, right? Go kaki ke sampan. Tak sampai 5 minit sudah sampai. 5 minutes I can cross into Thailand. And you know what? It's the same village. Their grandfathers over here, cousins here. The British just draw the line using the river. Right? This is Westphalian concept, right? Because you become Thailand, you become Malaysia, right? And they do it throughout the world, right? Maybe except for in Europe, I don't know, right? So this is the difference. You also the Westphalian ideology. So this is the first paradigm. Right? This is the next one. Paradigm of knowledge. Right? Paradigm of knowledge. We can go to the next one. So I remember we were talking about epistemocide, colonial epistemocide. They're using colonization to kill our knowledge. And this is we have lecturers, dosen-dosen dari Untirta ni sangat memahami ini. There's a community in Banten. Banten, if you do not know, is in between Jawa Barat and Jakarta, somewhere in there, right? It's a province by itself now, right? through redistricting, pemekaran, it becomes a province by itself. So there's a community in Banten, right? The community ini terpisah dan mau dipisahkan dari pembangunan, from development. So they call the Badui. Itu nama yang diberi oleh orang Belanda. The Dutch give them the word Badui. You know Badui because they move from one place to another according to the Dutch. They also known as Kanekas. Kanekas, ya. Kanekas itu namanya. Tapi Badui itu nama the Dutch. Just like the Dutch give the name to the southern Philippines, Moros. Moro means more from the word mosquitoes. Moros come from. We know where they get the idea from mosquito? Masjid, the mosque. Mosque is coming from the word mosquitoes. If you want to decolonize the word, you call it masjid, don't call it mosque. Yeah, but it's the same thing, right? The colonized came, they gave the name, and we all accepted the name. Refliza, right? Refliza. We have a different name, right? But we love our colonizers so much. Right? Stanford Raffles, that's where Refliza come from. We love our colonizers so much, right? We do not have the BLM movement yet, the Black Lives Matter movement, where they go and destroy the colonial masters. We should do that, I think. We should do that. Anyway, talking about the Badui, Badui is a community in Banten where the number one prime directive is to protect the earth. It's a community where the essence of living is to be pelindung, yang penjaga tanah yang dititip dari leluhur mereka gitu. They are given the trust to take care of the land, and that is an overriding philosophy of the land of the Badui in Banten. Right? They have categorized the forest into three, right? Even before SDGs, before SDG 17, or now UIA trying to work on an 18-month now, they have different conceptions of the forest. Hutan larangan, hutan dudung gusan, hutan garapan. So they have a hutan, a forest, that is completely off limits, even to human beings, even to them, right? And if you see even in marine environment where you have sanctuary, tempat yang tak boleh disentuh, tak boleh dimasuk, right? Ikan-ikan akan membiak, the fish will be flourishing there. So this is a space where nature will flourish. No humans can enter. Right? But then they have also hutan dudugan, gusan, and hutan garapan, hutan where they actually have. They can have ladang, they can have perkebunan di sana. So they categorize different types of forests, right? By the way, di biasa kita ada hutan lindung, ada juga kita di sana juga sana. Tapi kadang-kadang di Malaysia juga kita pakai istilah hutan simpanan. Tapi simpanan di Indonesia beda lagi maksudnya kayak gitu. Reserve forest, not the other simpanan. Let's go to the next one. So you see, they're all very nature-centered, and there's a study looking at them. They come up with the whole idea of conservation. It's very strong. It's very powerful. They have all this larangan, the prohibitions. You cannot mengubah jalan air. You cannot change the way the river flow, the irrigation. You cannot change bentuk tanah. Bring a bulldozer, change the structure of the earth. Apa namanya? Tidak bisa menebang pohon. Ya. They have yang panjang tidak bisa dipendek, yang pendek tidak bisa dipanjangkan itu. They have that. You cannot bring chemical technology, so no pesticides are allowed, right? So they have established their own SDGs before we have SDGs, right? So they are way ahead, right? Tanaman budidaya perkebunan seperti kopi, kakao, you cannot bring sawit ke sana. So they have, you can see that how they want to make sure that the heritage are being conserved, preserved by our so-called civilization, right? When we have something, some space, we turn it to ladang sawit. Malaysia is number 2 ladang sawit in the world, right? Guess who number 1 is? Indonesia, right? So big brothers and sister bersama-sama lah, we turn the forest into ladang sawit, right? The whole essence of knowledge is to preserve the heritage that has been entrusted to them. So this is the Nusantarization process that we want to rethink. What is the purpose of knowledge? Is it to exploit the environment, or is it to conserve, take care of the environment? We have used knowledge to create all kinds of destructive technologies, tools, right? To mine, to destroy, to replace, right? And then we wonder, kenapa ada banjir sini, bah sana kan? I was told by Ibu Iko, ni di hulu sungai, masyarakat ni di hulu sungai. Hulu. Tekan. Oh. On balik. On. Dah boleh. Dah bisa. Ya. Jadi kalau Malaysia tu boleh and bisa sama gitu. Right. If we look at the way we use knowledge and we advance knowledge, right? I mean, there are trucks now, giant trucks, right? Autonomous giant trucks. Tidak perlu orang pandu lagi ya. To mines in Australia, huge, triple the size of our normal trucks, lorries, right? To mines, and it's done without human, without drivers. We have created the technology to destroy, right? Knowledge is defined by that kind of thinking. Right? Can you go to the next slide? Yes, let's go to Malaysian case. Yeah. Ini the kaum Bidayuh in Sarawak. Kaum Bidayuh in Sarawak, they have their own local wisdom too. On certain days, they are not allowed to go to the forest to hunt, to fish, whatever. So it is a way to conserve. Right? Now they might have their own belief system. Ada kepercayaan, mitos dan sebagainya. They have their own myth. But you got to understand the practice and see how the practice is connected to the environment. Right? They actually have that kind of. In Bali, you have nyepi, hari nyepi, right? They also have something similar where the day no one is allowed to go out at all. They must be at home basically, not out. They have something like that too. Right? So they have practiced movement control order long time ago before COVID. They have that practice. Right? So if you look at the practices of the Sarawakians, and by the way, there's a meta-analysis on the indigenous people, right? Carried out by a team of lecturers from UKM. Their local knowledge includes forest management, flora and fauna conservation, food security, ketahanan pangan itu kan, water management, land management, weather forecasting. So, different ways of organizing, emphasizing, and developing knowledge is developed by the indigenous people. Right? By the way, there's pohon beringin, banyan tree. Banyan tree in Nusantara, there's a belief system that says you should not cut down banyan tree. Jangan potong pohon banyan, pokok banyan ni, pokok beringin ini. By the way, Jogja has it too. It's actually there's 2 trees in front of the alun-alun in Jogja itu. Right? So people say, well, this might be a myth, a superstition. You cannot cut down trees, right? Ada jin ke, hantu ke, sebagainya itulah. But you know what? Kan betul kan? Tapi Wali Songo juga mengangkat ini, jadi jangan salahkan yang kurafat saja. Tapi ini juga ada. So whenever there's a pohon beringin, there is source of water. So the source of water can be detected wherever there's banyan tree. So local wisdom there is actually to, again, conserve, protect, right? We see tree, we just cut down and like that, right? So, and we judge, right? Because we think we are superior, because we think they are superstitious, we think it's a myth, right? Without really understanding the connection with nature, the connection with the environment. So the knowledge that we have is very much separated from the world, the nature, right? So Nusantarization is about reintegrating indigenous knowledge and local wisdom back into the mainstream thinking and practices. So, like paper we did with Dr. Sas is to look at all this local wisdom, including myth, right? In Chinese we say missing, missing, okay. Chinese saja, right. It's sesat, superstition, right? We look at the practice underlying that and see how the practice is connected to nature, connected to the well-being, right? So before we reject, a knowledge, a piece of knowledge, we should reevaluate it first, reintegrate it to our mainstream thinking again. Right? All right, the next one. Okay, the paradigm of development. This is the ultimate, I think, yeah. The way kita memajukan negara kan, membangunkan negara. This is always a politician promise, especially, yeah. By the way, I think it's time that you're going to ask our politicians to be loyal to us. It's us loyal to them, because they can mix around and be friends, right? And they ask us to hate each other, and then they rangkul-rangkul lagi, they hug each other and they become friends, right? They should be loyal to us, right? And to focus on the real development. Now, the paradigm of development. What's happening with the paradigm development? Can we go to the next slide? Okay. Paradigm development that we have adopted is a combination of three things, right? Number one is ultra-urbanization. Right? Not just urbanize meaning turning the rural into urban, right? This place doesn't have McDonald's, we build McDonald's there, right? We build, urbanize. But no, it's ultra-urbanization. There's no land there, right? We create land there, right? We reclaim. Whatever reclaim is the wrong word to use, right? Because you do not reclaim something that's not there, right? Kalau tidak ada tempat, tidak ada tanah di situ, tidak ada lahan di situ, kita buat lahan di situ kan. We buat reclamation, right? Last time when I was in Indonesia, we talk about reklamasi di Jakarta itu. I said, Penang sudah lama tu. We have done it long time ago. We are way ahead of destroying the sea, right? But we have Jakarta, we have Singapore, we have Penang there. Belajar sama saling belajar itu kan, how to destroy the sea, reclamation, right? Ultra urbanization, right? Not just to urbanize, but to change spaces into urban spaces. Now they have actually created islands, mobile islands, right? Tall buildings, whatever buildings, in a little island that you can move around. So not enough to destroy the ecology of Penang. You can go to Langkawi, destroy Langkawi pula kan. Pergi ke pantai ni, merosak ke pantai juga. Sebab kita pun pulau juga kan. Kita ubah-ubah pulau untuk merosakkan environment. This is what ultra urbanization happening. Right? It's not beyond the local urbanization, going beyond. Right? Over commodification. What it means is that apa saja objek, apa saja yang ada di alam lingkungan kita, alam semula jadi bahasa Indonesia, right? Dijadikan objek untuk dijual, untuk dijadikan komoditi. Everything is being seen from the lenses of product, and as much as possible is commodified so that you can sell it, right? So trees, they don't see forest, they see timber, right? But it's over commodification. It's not that to say that in the past people do not use trees to build houses, but it's doing it in the extreme and going more than what we need to do, right? To the point of destroying the environment. So everything is turned into a product, a commodity. And the third one, accumulation and concentration of wealth. And this is the whole goal of capitalism, is to create, to accumulate and concentration of wealth. At the end, when there is concentration of wealth, pemusatan kekayaan itu, makanya akan ada peminggiran kekayaan juga. So we create pockets, places, communities of poor people. Because we concentrate the wealth instead of sharing the wealth. We do not have the commons idea. The commons, semua orang bisa boleh berkongsi, berbagi kekayaan. Tapi kita hilangkan paradigma perkongsian itu, sharing itu. We have accumulation, concentration of wealth. Right? So we have condos, we have high class places, right? We create lands, we got the lights, because we have Francis lights, so we have lights here, there. So again, we love our colonizers so much. Stanford hotels, Raffles, the same idea. We love our colonizers. Right? We should bring some black leaders over here to Malaysia. Start having the anti-colonizing spirit a bit more. Now, next one. So, people say, well, I do not live in the urban area. But no, the transformation of development is to change rural into urban. If you look at that one, the rural population is green there, 1955, and the rural population of Malaysia has shrunk. Sudah mengecil-kecil. It's too small. Everything is turned into, urban. And we define urbanization as development, right? Oh, there's development here, right? By looking at urban area as developed and rural or the forest not developed, right? And the next slide. Okay, so the whole idea is to unleash the wisdom in us, bring in the shared spaces, shared prosperity, right? Bring in the whole halal and toiban where we could be talking about. Halal and toiban is the concept that is in Quran that talks about halal is dibenarkan, permissible, right? Toiban is wholesome, well, good. It's not never separated. The Quran tidak pernah dipisahkan toib dan halal. So we don't want to just eat halal chicken, but we want to make sure there is no hormones being injected there. The chickens are not being abused. High stress. That's not toib. It's halal, not toib. Kita boleh bisa makan kertas itu halal ya, tapi tidak toib. You can eat tapi kalau halal toiban, it's not just permissible, it's also good. It's high quality. So the idea of not just permissible but also toib. And gotong royong, the idea of not just sharing the space but sharing our effort, right? But I know that the Permai NGO always help not just migrant workers, perantau, tetapi juga tamu-tamu apabila datang membos. Selalu gotong royong sama-sama itu kan. Termasuklah pada our internship students also, they are also helping out. There's gotong royong, selalu semangat gotong royong. By doing that, we reconnect, and the sufficiency economy, which is a Thai concept coming from the monarchy. Sufficient economy is you serve your local community first, your village first. Apabila sudah mencukupi, ada surplus, then we export out. Tapi kalau di tempat kita sendiri, our own space, there are still people who are in need. Right? You cannot export it out yet. So you serve the local first, responsibility to your environment, to your community, and then you export out. Right? So the responsibility is to the local, and then you go out. Dan I understand seperti community nelayan di Pulau Pinang, they prioritize the local first. Jadi kalau kita membeli ikan, itu diberi keutamaan dulu, bukan hotel-hotel. Betul kan? Tuan Ji, betul kan? Kalau ada pesantren ikan, pesantren nelayan, kita kan pelanggan utama itu hotel, restoran kan, tapi tidak. Kalau persatuan nelayan di Pulau Pinang ini, mereka mengutamakan orang-orang biasa seperti kita dulu. So they prioritize individual customers, individual consumers, individual in the community, instead of the big customers. And that is more or less a sufficiency economy perspective, which is a tiny concept. So bring them together. So it's about reimagination of ethical, spiritual paradigm of development. So the development of is defined not material but stewardship and progress. Stewardship is like the Badui people. Kami datang untuk menjaga. Kami dititipkan, diwariskan tempat ini. We are given, inherited this space, this forest. We must take care of that. That's stewardship, yeah. Which is consistent with Khalifah, the concept of Khalifah in Islam. Menjaga, kan. Then progress. So progress is within the scope of stewardship. So stewardship and progress in society and environment. The last one. So the what we see is the phases that we see first wave, second wave, and third wave of society. And they say there's fourth wave. The first wave, if you know Evan Toffler, he talks about the agricultural wave, and then they come the industrial wave, and then the third is informational wave, where we have the 4IR and all that. But the fourth wave, go to the fourth wave. The next one. Fourth wave. No, not that one. The fourth. It's an ethical wave, where there's a spiritualization of society. There is materialism and scientificism will continue to decline. Institution will move towards real responsiveness towards global stewardship. Contohnya, by example one, we go to the next slide. All these certifications are existing out there, right? Including our universities, they are being ranked, but certified by other people. They tell us whether you're good or not. They tell us you're ranked number 1, number 2, number 3, number 4, right? So the certification industry is a powerful industry. They tell you, yeah, good government or bad government. Transparency International, for instance, right? They'll tell you they have democracy or do not have democracy, right? They control what's good and bad. So this is the battle of the fourth wave, right? If you're not in their value system, right, you're out. Right? So if you want to be a good scholar, you must be a good Google scholar. You must publish in Scopus. Q1, Q2, Q3, Q4 jangan kira, it's out, right? And that's what we promoted in USM. USM said Q3, Q4, that's been promoted by our previous Vice Chancellor. Thank God it's previous, so I can talk about it now. ISO, right? If you don't meet the ISO standard, you're nothing, you're nobody, right? See who controls what's wrong, what's right is controlling the world. Credit agency, they bilang kalau dia kata saja negara ini from A to A minus or B, investors keluarkan wang kepada. Investors will divest their money. Sebab dia kata tak bagus. If they decide what's good and what's, and people believe that, we believe them too. Our leaders believe them too. Our ministers believe them too. That's why we have all these standards coming from them. But we do not develop our own Nusantara standards. Bayangkan kalau Indonesia, Malaysia, Brunei, maybe Singapore, come together and say, well, let's come up with our own standard. What do we value? What do we value in our university? And we come up with our own standard. Right? Next one. Right. So we see in the fourth wave, on science and religion, without science, this is coming Einstein, right? Religion without science is lame, and science without religion is blind. Agama tanpa sains itu pincang sama ya bahasa kita. Sains, okay. Sains tanpa agama itu buta. So you cannot move without science, you cannot see without religion. And in the fourth wave, religion, ethics, morality is coming back to the science. In China, you have the Confucianism coming back, being reintroduced and being established. So you have, am I right, Jim? Yep. Okay. Yeah, Confucianism coming back, being a system of ethics, right? Which is orderly and all that. So here we are. This is the battle there, right? To redefine the values, the ethics in development. What do we value? What do we call development? Do we want quality of life, or do we want material progress without quality of life? So I think the last one. Okay. So come visit us. Oh, by the way, this is the oldest monument in Southeast Asia. It's a monument in Sungai Batu. is a religious monument, by the way, which predates Islam, Christianity, Buddhism, and Hinduism. Ini monumen yang tertua di Asia Tenggara. It's about 1.5 hour plus from BSF, and it's part of the archaeology center research. Yeah. So thank you, terima kasih banyak. Oh, kalau
Sungai Batu Kendal.
Saya baru kenal. Itu
Thank you, Associate Professor Media, Dr. Rifani Bustani, for your presentation. And now, let us open question and answer session. We will open the Q&A within 5 minutes. If you have a question, please.
Thank you very much for this opportunity. First of all, I'd like to introduce myself. My name is Andri from Consulate General Indonesia here in Penang. First of all, I would like to extend appreciation and gratitude for having me here this morning. Prof. Rifani, thank you very much for the invitation. Perhaps a quick comment. I would like to comment on the first address by Professor Azim Paswan regarding in general regarding the CenPRIS itself. Yeah. If I'm not mistaken, at the end of his address, Professor Azim said that perhaps in the near future, CenPRIS will be more focusing on the policy study more than the international study. I have some comment based on my previous work. I was working with the ASEAN department at the Foreign Ministry in Jakarta. I deal a lot with ASEAN current issues. Yeah. For example, ASEAN now has an outlook of Indo-Pacific region. It is based on first idea given by our foreign minister, Martina Talagawan. He was the one who was raised about this Indo-Pacific outlook. This outlook is to view ASEAN as the center of this region, a very vibrant region in the Southeast Asia, and how to see this region, Indo-Pacific, as the stable, mutually development for all nations, not just the 10 ASEAN countries, but other countries that depend on this region, Indo-Pacific. Indonesia and Malaysia are members since the beginning of ASEAN, and ASEAN is now growing and growing its significance every day in terms of international politics, economy, socio-cultural. Now we have also a challenge present to us in ASEAN. Like for example, we have this overclaiming dispute the territories in the South China Sea. We see major powers are there: China, US, Australia also. So it is a very vibrant, dynamic region, yeah, ASEAN and Southeast Asia, and in the bigger terms, the Indo-Pacific. We will see, according to some sources, yeah, in the years to come, Singapore, Indonesia, Malaysia will become major economic powers in these regions. So it is, as I said before, a very vibrant, dynamic region. We will see a lot of challenges, we will see issues. There is like CenPRIS, yeah, could play a very important role in giving advice, direction, well, directly to Malaysian government, for example, or Penang government, in terms how to deal with the challenge in Southeast Asia. A lot of issue. So, if I may, this is me speaking as my own behalf, that perhaps CenPRIS could not just focus on the policy study, but also international study, because we have a lot issues that could be explored, yeah, by CenPRIS. It is said that CenPRIS is well, more or less lack of expert on this international study, but perhaps CenPRIS could explore possibilities to seek cooperations, exchange of views, exchange of ideas. We in Indonesia, for example, we have CSIS, Center for Strategic and International Studies, based in Jakarta. I'm sure CSIS will be very pleased, yeah, for example, to have cooperation with CenPRIS and other institutions and other study institutions in Malaysian universities. I graduated from University of Indonesia. I think we have also some study center that I think like CSIS will be very happy to have new partners, new colleagues from USM in this to be direct, yeah, with CenPRIS. Yeah. So it is that my hope and my personal hope that CenPRIS will also take focus on the international studies, because as I said, we are Malaysia and Indonesia located here in the center of Southeast Asia, a growing region with its significance every day. Second, I would like to comment, yeah, a little bit to Professor Rivani's presentation. It is very complete and comprehensive profile. It's definitely a great addition to my horizon, to my knowledge. Will be very useful for me in the upcoming job that I will take back in Jakarta. The first time I heard Nusantara decision, very, very, what do you call it, mind-blowing something. I will like focus more on the aspect of between economic and protection of the environment. I think what we saw is what we see on your presentation. It is our shared challenge in Indonesia and in Malaysia, how to balance the need for economic growth with the protection of environment. I think 2 weeks ago or 1 week ago, yeah, from in some area in Kalimantan, yeah, there is this conflict, yeah, between the indigenous Dayak groups with company. I think it's about the palm oil, yeah. It is not new to us in Indonesia, but still it's happening. So with your presentation, I hope this idea could be also well received, yeah, by the policymakers in Indonesia or be here in Malaysia, how to balance those two things that sometimes are in the extreme position, the environment and the economic growth. We have to, me as part of the government, I'm the civil servant at the ministry, could use this new approach from you, Prof. Revani, that perhaps both countries, Indonesia and Malaysia, could explore more and more cooperation how to deal with this problem. Thank you, Prof.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Pak Andri, for your kind words and very insightful comment. Thank you. For your kind words and your very insightful comment, especially about Asia Pacific, Indo-Pacific, which is another paradigm, another bingkaian and framework. We did have last time a talk by our ambassador to France, Datuk Zamruni. Istilah Indo-Pacific is also political, supposedly. Partly is to contain China, supposedly. Yeah. So bring in India in Pacific up to there, and suddenly China, as opposed to Asia Pacific, right? Asia Pacific. So this is interesting. But I'm actually with you about the idea of international relations, because international relations as a field has actually have become bigger. Jadi kalau dalam bahasa Malaysia tu hubungan antarabangsa kan, bahasa Indonesia hubungan international. Hubungan international, international relations have not been limited to state actors. So non-state actors dah masuk dah. I remember was visiting professor di UNER, Universitas Airlangga Surabaya. Most of the research banyakkannya bukan tentang state actors. It's about environment, activism, it's about companies. Jadi bukan lagi state. In fact, in one case, I think it's Lombok di Lombok ni, yang ada yang practice solat 3 kali saja tu. Ada kan? Bayan ya. Jadi tapi mereka menggunakan they actually pray only 3 times. Muslims should pray 5 times, but they pray 3 times. So they actually use human rights to say that, look, I'm practicing my religion based on human rights. Jadi kalau kita kat sini majelis agama nak masuk lah, macam susah kan? Macam susah. Tapi kalau kita guna human rights as a frame to protect, yeah, the religion, then there's a difference. So international relations have gone up to the local level. So and I definitely I'm with you, Andri. I feel that IR as a field is very relevant now, even more than before. Jadi I'm with you lah that part of. So and I'm also supervising some students as well, masalah ni on the area of IR, right? But of course it's that's related to my area as well, tentang pekerja migran. That's one point. And if we look at the reclamation issue, actually IR sangat relevan tu kan. Jadi bila buat bangunan, buat kondo-kondo ni untuk siapa ni kan? Siapa bukan untuk orang lokal kan? For some foreigners maybe some KL folks, tapi a lot of foreigners to come in. Maybe, yeah, it is a big question mark. the part about CSIS, UI, I think there's not enough. I agree. There's not enough collaboration between research centers and universities, especially in Nusantara. We tend to look north instead of south-south. So our south-south relations is not as strong. Jadi kita mungkin itu masih lagi dijajah juga pemikiran masih dijajah lagi. So I'm with you also to find that kind of collaboration, and I think the important part is that our role in the next near future, the Indo-China ke Asia Pacific ke the East Asia ke, memang Southeast Asia tu tak boleh lari. And in Southeast Asia, the maritime countries, meaning the Philippines, Indonesia, Brunei, Malaysia, Singapore, are actually the key. And they feel like international relations and collaboration to actually help us to understand better and to work together better. And like we've been talking about the reclamation, there's reclamation in many different countries, in Malaysia, in Singapore, in Indonesia as well. Those are connections that we can look at. Sama modern di Singapura, sama modern di Jakarta, for instance, modern di sini juga. Yeah. So thank you so much, Pak Andri, and thank you for supporting us. All this while attending our activities, seminars, workshops, and with our Indonesian Student Association over here, PPI guys. Jadi sangat-sangat berterima kasih. Kebetulan saya juga penasihat pembina untuk PPI juga, jadi sangat-sangat hargai dia, advisor. Thank you. Bella. Oh, okay, right. Jasnya bagus sekali itu. It's cool, yeah. Oh, this is not cool for us.
Okay, thank you very much for the opportunity. First of all, let me introduce myself first. My name is Belardo Prasetya Megajaya. My nickname is Belardo. Bela Negara Indonesia. I'm from Indonesia. I'm a lecturer in International Department, University of Sultan Ageng-Tirta Yasa. I'm so interested in about proper presentation about Nusantara, sovereignty, and I'm focused in boundary problems. As we know that Indonesia and Malaysia have the same problem in boundary delimitation. We still have undelimitation boundary either in the land or in the sea. But I want to ask you about, according to Nusantara concept today, what's the state attitude, especially in Malaysia, in that problem? And then my second question is about Sebatik Island. I'm interested in Sebatik Island case because that's Indonesia case also. What's Malaysia attitude about the Sebatik Island? Because there is undelimitation boundary there. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Thank you, Bella, for the question. Those are, I think, very, very important questions to ask in the context of Nusantara. Yeah. Thank you. Those are real important questions to ask. I think there are three parts to answering your question. Number one, the attitude, the general stand of the countries. The issue is because we have this idea of nation building. So part of the way we look at nationhood, negara bangsa is to have markers persempadanan, perbatasan itu. Including what national culture and all that has been talked about. but also boundaries. Generally speaking, the perspective is very much national perspective. So when we talk about boundaries, oftentimes the overriding paradigm is a national boundary, which is very Westphalian concept, right? The national boundary. Now, so that is, I think, still a strong paradigm operating in the countries in ASEAN and Indonesia, Malaysia as well. Second thing, there are examples where there can be binational collaboration, right? Binational collaboration. So instead of one country dominating a particular space, right? Two countries can go in together. It could be oil exploration, for instance. There has been that practice. So two countries can come together exploring for that place. Now, that is perspective of collaboration, competing now. Environment, there's a different issue, right? We're talking about. There are also informal, so the third part is the informal practices, especially in the border communities, ya. Di perbatasan itu yang informal, that lubricates, memudahkan perjalanan lah, logistics, right? Jadi ini Mas Hani mana tu? Hani will be presenting about the community learning center, CLC, community learning centers di Sabah, polisi Sabah di sana tu. Di Sabah is part of Malaysia, northern part is just perbatasan sama Kalimantan. Dia bilang tutup mata sebelah, close one eye, right? Because we have all these community learning centers established for Indonesian children, kan? Tapi gurunya ada yang orang Malaysia. So it's a collaboration, right? It's a collaboration, and in a way you see a more Nusantarized practice there. Tapi mereka terbatas dengan hukum, kan? They are limited and they be constrained by law. They are law officers. Jadi mereka akan tetap datang, dia akan mesti okay, they are taking care of kids, our children and education. So they will close one eyes, istilahnya close one. Selagi tidak ada masalah, nggak apa-apa gitu, kan? So as long as there's no problem, it is fine. Right? But the legal structures are not there yet. But the informal, cultural, community structures are there and want to support. And in the case of what Hanif is studying, in many cases, not all, even the companies are supporting it because it makes sense to support. So it's part of their CSR, corporate social responsibility, to establish facilities, physical facilities. But we don't see that in Penang, which is another interesting issue. So I'm not sure I'm answering your question, but there are models where it can work. Where instead of, oh, this is yours, it's mine, you know. But how about the fish? Right? The fish has no borders, right? How about the oil? So how can we? How can we, in certain spaces, especially di perbatasan, how can we establish a different governance system, a different governance structure, right? So I think that's where international relations should come in and work out a new. Even among ASEAN, right? We should have like an ASEAN card or something. We can go from one immigration to another. Oh, ASEAN, okay, ASEAN, silakan masuk gitu kan. But no, we don't have that. Now, I'll tell you another interesting fact. In Malaysia, we have certain conflict too. In Sabah, Sarawak, many years ago, about 10 years ago, I think, maybe not that long, right? Saya kalau dulu, my father, mother, we were in Sarawak. If I will go to Sabah, ini seperti Palembang mau ke Banten lah gitu kan, kita jauh kan. I have to bring my passport. The same country, I have to bring my passport. Same country, I have to bring my passport, and they stamp my passport to go visit my parents, right? Ini sama-sama Malaysia ni, seperti itulah. Lampung mau ke Banten, Lampung mau ke mana gitu? Bali, ya.
Yeah, I got the information.
Yes.
But why from this?
Because there's still the idea of, well, the past is about the logic is a colonial logic, but then it's also because Sabah bukan di bawah jajahan British government, is a company. British East India Company. Sarawak is a British family, kan. Senang-senang dia jajah gitu kan. But when they come together, there's a certain level of distrust. Jadi nggak mau orang desa Menanjung ni pergi mendominasi di sana gitulah. So the problem is not just international, it's also intra-national there, So it is interesting, right? And there are also boundaries within the country, within the states in Malaysia too. So, if we can imagine a joint governance structure, a legal structure of the border state, di perbatasan bagaimana kita fikirkan governance system yang berbeza, bisa kan? Which actually can dikembangkan like a Uni Eropah kemudian, Really start with somewhere, but then maybe identity card, maybe in Sabah, many of the foreign immigrants, so to say, have special cards. I think there are 3-4 different cards, right? The UNCR card, and then there's this card. So there are frameworks to work on. That said, the Westphalian idea is still a very strong idea. Masih lagi merebut-rebut pulau-pulau, kan? We still tak Indonesia terlepas pulaunya ke Malaysia, Malaysia terlepas pulaunya ke Singapore, that kind of sometimes it's not even pulau, it's like a little rock or something like that, right? Still, so the Westphalian paradigm is still strong. So instead of a shared space, this is not introduced in the legal structure yet. Because we are the world system now is being dominated by Westphalian. Dulu kita tidak ada peperangan di perbatasan itu, tidak ada tu. Benar ada kan? Nggak ada. Nusantara bukan ini ada perbatasan. We don't have clear boundaries. But now we should be thinking of dual boundary, thinking about that structure. Make it easier. Right. After all, in some cases like in the Kelantan atas, they actually one kampung, one village. It was divided by the British, and then, but of course, the people are sometimes they outsmart the system too. They can have 2 passport, 2 identity cards. They do that. People are smart too, right? So, but as long as there's no problem, it's fine. If there's a problem, then is where there's issues. So like nelayan di Sumatera datang ke Pulau Pinang, right? Itu dah cross border kan. Tapi people ask them, there are generations. Bapaknya, kakeknya, buyutnya kan. So their grandfathers have been travelling in the nelayan, right? So it's not a problem. It's a practice. So I hope I answered your question there. Thank you. I think we ran out of time. Back to you, the host.
Thank you for all the questions. Currently, we are going to start the first debate with a theme of environment and social ecology. For the first presentation, we would like to Mr. Andrew Han, with the title is Reclamation Issues and Fishing Community in Penang Policies Project Problem. Please welcome Mr. Andrew Han.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Andrew Han. I'm happy that I'm able to come here to present a little bit about my NGO and the works that we've been doing. A little bit of background of while maybe you get that slide open. A little bit background of Jaringan Ekologi dan Iklim. We are an NGO based in Penang, which currently working with fishes community in Penang And today I would also like to acknowledge that one of our partners, Hadi Zakara, is here also, who we've been working pertaining to local fishermen. And I'm invited here today to talk particularly about the issues of reclamation. And I would like to share with you our story and also our observation when it comes to Penang's reclamation and what is the cost of this development that can impact the community of fishermen and what we have observed as well. And I was thinking that also with this presentation also, it can also open up more discussion in terms of what is the way forward when it comes to progress, when it comes to development. And I'm glad that Dr. Rimani was talking a lot about some things that I'll be touching today, issues of culture, identity, loss of local knowledge and things like that, which is something that we have been focusing quite a lot in our work in NGO as well. Okay? Boleh tak? Maybe I just move on. Let's take a look at the issue of maybe I'll just talk a little bit about the background of Penang's reclamation. Penang has been we've had the island and also the mainland. But if you look at the history of Penang Island's development, reclamation has been ongoing since the 1970s. And it has bring quite a lot of impact and a lot of the documentation in regards to such development or reclamations always been positive. But if you look closely on records and especially on people who are affected, the community like fishermen and sometimes farmers as well, most of these things, the narrative or the story are often not documented until recently. And with that case, I think it's important to recognize both sides of the story. But for this, if you can see the map over here, the one in pink, those are, especially in the ocean, those are the proposed reclamation area. Penang is pretty much obsessed with reclamation, making more land every day. And we always say, Penang ni gila tampak lah. That's the whole idea of reclamation, development that they have, that is the model that they have. Today's case studies that I want to talk about is the Penang South Island. It has changed name many times. Once the name gone back, they change name. So part of the tactics. It's a 4,500 acres reclamation. You can see the Penang Island at the bottom, the 3 islands. That is the one that we are doing. Next slide, please. But the origin, like all reclamation projects, they give the idea that it's important for the economy, it's important to bring more economic opportunities and so on. But a lot of these ideas development is being challenged by NGOs and local community to really ask, is it really for what is it for at the end of the day? And the purpose and the objective of this development also changes from time to time. Sometimes it's for make more land, as is one time they say they want it to prevent climate change, and many more. Okay, but the latest update is that the Prime Minister has also instructed that the 3 islands reclaimed to make only 1. So the 1 island is reclaimed, the 2 islands it's not cancelled. I guess it's being postponed. So there will be more. It's cancelled. We'll do on hold. We'll do 1 island first. All right, next please. For today's I would like to talk a little bit about the impact as I was saying that how the Penang reclamation has a cost. And these are the three costs I want to talk about, the three F's: food, faith, and freedom. And who's going to pay for it? The fishing community, has how I have observed. And I've been talking a lot to community, Nelayan Natwan Haji, and these are real. And I want to discuss a little bit of this and see how we can explore in this discussion as well. Next. Food, right? As we all know, reclamation itself will impact food security. And this will impact only the spawning of fish, prawns, and many more. And with that, it will have impact in terms of the catch, and that catch will also result in poor sales of seafood. And this will disrupt especially to the local community in that area. In the south of Penang, which is Teluk Kurau, Sungai Batu, Romatan, and Kedah Sanggol, those are fishing village which I think will function and service to the local community there. They do not really catch, the local community, they will get the kembungs, the prawns, and fish, cheap protein, where they can get fresh and also affordable prices. But that if that is disrupted, where would be the source of protein comes from? They will go somewhere else and buy it, and that will disrupt the food security tremendously. Next. So I was also hoping to discuss the fact that the whole idea of safeguarding the fishermen's livelihood is also safeguarding their culture and so on, which I want to talk a little bit about that. But the south of Penang is rich with all these seafood that's available for them, and it's important to protect the marine ecosystem, to safeguard the fish stock, and also to ensure that the fishermen's livelihood is being continued. Next. I'll show you some photos here. These are the main, I would say the main catch. Prawns, big shrimps. Okay? Good money, how much, do you know how much is 1 kilo right now? It's about 65 ringgit. Okay? During Chinese New Year, 85 ringgit. Okay? When there's need, it can sometimes go up to 90 or 100 ringgit. Very valuable catch. Okay, and it sustained the local fishermen and also enable people who were locals to have access to fresh catch seafood. Next. Our NGO has also collaborated and worked together with the local fishermen here to what we call to document local knowledge and also practices. What you're seeing here is not what we call boats, but actually the movement of drift nets. They use this peralatan called pukat hanyut, okay? And we have collaborated with fishermen to use very simple method to use their GPS phone, okay? When they let go the drift net, they send me a GPS, they send our NGO the GPS location, and then when they collect back the pukat hanyut, they send another location. What happens is that we are able to see how long the drift net floats. Depending on the current, and these are the coverage of the drift nets, all of this area. Okay, this was taken in October, and next. And what happens that we're able to identify the location and hotspot of drift netting, which is very nearby to the coastal area, right? And big prawns, flower crabs, mackerel. And with that also, there was also identification of marine species like whale sharks, dolphins, and also turtles, which they have sighted in this age. And it's an indicator of a very rich seafood area in this part. Next. Just give you an example. Just play the video if you can. Yeah.
Banyak
I
sampah
always encourage the fishermen to always
kat
take video because there is a documentation and testimony for people to see how rich this place is. So every time when they take a look at video here, they will see a lot of fishermen catching their fish in so
kat sini. Oh, di tepi ya. Tak sampai sebatu pun dengan mentah.
There's a lot of fishermen. Yeah. We call this pesta kembung, because there's a lot of yeah.
200 buah perahu ya, ini petak kendung hasil tangkapan. Alhamdulillah. Yang ni yang dikatakan oleh PSR biasa lah. Yang kata tak ada lauk hasil, lauk tak ada apa lah, tak ada hasil. Tengok hasil tangkapan dia. Oh, tu dia ikan. Tengok. Macam mana kata tak ada ikan? Nak macam mana lagi? Nak macam mana lagi?
The fisher community knows sometimes what authorities say that the place has no fish and so on. So they fight back by saying there's fish, by taking video and showcase as an evidence to the people. Next. And here are some of the evidence that we have also collected. This is just unit nilai Sungai Batu, the pasar, and yearly income annual collection is a million ringgit industry for one pasar. Okay, and we look at the left side, pendapatan tahunan. So we did a survey. There are a few fishermen who earns about 100,000 a year. Okay, 100,000 ringgit a year. Okay, so it is a place where they can earn a sizable and good income. Next F is faith, which we noticed that how the ocean will, if you don't take care of it, will affect their faith. And I say over here that the preservation has direct impact on fishes' Islamic faith, cultural identity, and community. And we are talking a little bit about environmental stewardship in Islamic teachings and how, with the extraction of resources from the sea, also strengthens their faith in Islam. Okay, and being thankful and appreciative of what God has given to them, and with that, it creates a sense of amanah where they will want to take care the ocean. Okay, for sustainability. And next one, I also realized that with that also it allows them to do more charity, which is also through the mosque and to give sedekah and so on. Next. I felt that because of that too, these interns make the coastal fishing communities to have a sense of belonging in the community because they are able to do what called a very noble work of catching fish and feeding the community. So there is a sense of belonging there. And then secondly, to have a sense of purpose, because by doing that, that is their role, and it's a halal work, which most of them argues most of the time. Next. Besides that, I think looking at all these magnificent creatures like whale shark, can play the first video. Yes,
bila kami kita boleh tengok jumpa yang besar lebih kurang sama besar jumpa. Tujuh orang hidup mana. Minyak tu kat tempat sikit orang baru main kelip tengok ni.
Okay, then pause for a while, then play the next one. The one is dolphins. Okay, these are things that coastal fishermen see nearly every day, right? Connect with, create with nature, which is God's creation. And I felt that all these things are something that strengthens their faith. So every time they send this video, they always give thanks to God. I think they will hear what they say. Yeah. The next F is freedom, which we notice if the reclamation starts, it will impact three parts of it: movement, displacement, and independence in the community. Let me explain a little bit. Next one. Can you play the video for a little bit? We also did a diagram to show that the movement of the fishermen, and we can see they can move everywhere to fish anywhere according to the currents and so to the fish and the movement of prawns. But if the reclamation starts, it will restrict and block the access to many places, especially when the project is ongoing, and that will be quite devastating. Next one, that is freedom movement. Next one is definitely displacement. The picture you're seeing here is another fishing community in Tanjung Tokong, which they already face. After the reclamation happens, displacement has already happened. You see, they are losing their parks and the beach because they are asked to move. Some of the people who stays near the coastal area are also asked to move. Okay, even though this is after reclamation has completed part of it, and this is the impact. They have been, after it's over, they are being labeled as squatters, and that is quite sad, right? This is a true event. Next one is loss of economic independence. I noticed that the coastal fishermen today, they make their living by going out to sea and get paid every day. They are the boss, they are the master of their own boats, and they are master of their business. But when the state government says that reclamation will provide them new jobs,
The question is what kind of job. Second thing also is that they no longer have the ability to self-sustain, but you will be dependent on corporate companies, dependent on state government for payment. And I think that is a waste if and it's not progress, it's actually going back to a part where you're dependent on people. But fishermen, they catch their fish and they sell the fish, they have autonomy to decide the price and also when they want to go work or when it's enough, when it's not enough. I think that is something that needs to be mentioned in terms of what will be lost when reclamation starts. Next one. This is the last part. We have now been discussing with the coastal fishermen on what we should do. There are 3 goals that we want to do here. First is to appeal against the reclamation project that has been approved. So Tuan Haji over here has already submitted an appeal, and let's hope that it will be accepted, and then we will go through the process of the appeal. Next one, we are also right now want to talk about the heritage. Recognizing fishing village, we have lots of history and to see as a heritage zone, and with that also I think it will maintain what we call the local knowledge to be preserved. And last one, we would like to talk about the strategic plan for climate resilience, and these are some of the fishermen who would like to propose to during the state election to come up with a master plan for fishermen when it comes to the impact of climate, which we haven't seen yet for the coastal fishermen today. So that's all for my presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Andrew, for your presentation. We will open the Q&A within 5 minutes.
Yes.
Offers
quite appreciated.
the first kita combine all first, and then we have a I actually have a question. Okay. Because related, yeah.
For the session presentation, we would like to Dr. Jaslina Saleh, with the title is Climate Change and Coastal Communities in Nusantara, Shaping Resilience Through Scientific-Based Policies. Please welcome to Dr. Jaslina.
Thank you. Assalamualaikum and welcome to CenPRIS everyone. Okay, we move the talk first because it's related to what Andrew has given just now. I'm Salvina. I'm from the Center for Policy Research and International Study. Basically, I'm a scientist by training, but now I work with the policy makers and also the sociologists. This has opened my eye on the view of perspective of science, that we really need the social people to come in and tell us what they need. Because us scientists, we look at the data, we look at the microscope, we look at the fishes. So it doesn't tell us anything, but it shows us a beautiful thing and food for us. I will talk about climate change and coastal community in Nusantara and how it impacts and how can we use scientific-based policy to shape resiliency, to have a better resilient community. Next. Okay, climate change is real. Why should we be concerned? We saw Andrew's talk about how reclamation is impacting us. So this is a non-climate activity that will impact us. So around the world, about 10% of the population live by the sea or work in the low-lying coastal area. In Malaysia, we have about 8,400 kilometers of shoreline, and around 1,300 kilometers of these are facing erosion. That is only erosion we are talking, and it's not yet climate change of sea level rise. So this is what the fishermen are already facing. Are we going to put more pressure with reclamation? That's the main question. Or are we going to put more pressure with human impact activities with the ongoing Anthropocene impact of climate change? So we are moving toward having the sea getting warmer and more polluted. Next. So why is this happening? Okay, the greenhouse gases or GHG emission in the region has been increasing in line with the industrialization and based on the fossil fuel energy and associated land use change, resulting in the loss of tropical forest and peatland, which is rich in biodiversity. And Dr. Rivani has mentioned that on the oil palm activities, yeah, the cutting of the deforestation and whatnot. So given the current policy and the national determined contribution, NDC targets the GHG emission will continue to rise up to years in 2030. That is 7 years. We have less than 7 years, and leading to a temperature rise to 2.1 to 3.9 by 21,000. So now we are seeing it's very hot, and suddenly we have rain and it's very humid. So imagine it goes up 3.9 degrees. So the Asian Center or ACE, Center Energy, predicts that the region's energy-related greenhouse gases emission will increase by 31 to 147 between now 2017, about 10 years back, and 2040. So we are seeing the increase progressively, slowly, but yet it's for sure it's happening. Next, please. Okay, so why is this a concern to us? Again, we are relying on the sea for protein. Or we can choose to just eat the ulam without the protein. So this is what it used to be 20, 30 years. So Andrew has shown us a picture of the movement of fishermen. How the fishermen move around catching fish. Kalau we look at the small part there, there's Pulau Rimau, that's the island of Coral Reef Island. That is why we are seeing a lot of fishermen in that particular area. It is rich. So this is a coral reef whereby it is a nursery for fishes, juvenile prawns, and it is the very high diversity where our proteins come from, the kindergarten of the proteins. So this is the kindergarten. So we are losing this in Penang. We have two main islands, that is Pulau Kendi and Pulau Rimau. So both of them are really located at the reclamation site, the Penang South Reclamation. So that is the two islands which used to be this. And we have this in Sabah, Sarawak. So next slide, please. So this is now, most of the reef in Malaysia are like this. This is because of the main reason in Sabah is the fish bombing, land use activity, and human activities. Okay, so when we lose this, we will lose our proteins. So we have to go back to the ulam. And we might have problem with that. And also when we talk about the displacement of fishes, why is it important? So we are also losing the community living at the coastal area. The migration of the community, they will move away from these islands. So the impact is very imminent. So we have to see climate change not only as a perspective of science, but we also have to look at the social impact. So for us, science, we don't look at that. We say we are losing fishes, the temperature is increasing, we are not getting enough nutrients in the water, the water is turbid, so we do not see what is happening to the social community. So this is what's happening in Malaysia and precisely in Penang. Okay, there's 3 billion people really depend on the marine biodiversity. But 80% of the marine and coastal comes from, coastal pollution comes from land. When we talk about the coastal community, they only fish in the sea, but they do not pollute the sea. They only use drift nets. They do not trawl. They contribute the fish to the community. We supply fish for the local people. We do not supply fishes to the industry. So this is what is happening. We are not safeguarding our ocean the same way they nurture us. But the local fisherman is nurturing our ocean. So this is what is happening where we see that 80% of the marine and coastal pollution comes from land. That is the deforestation, building more houses that we don't need and we can't afford, more industry. Okay, next please. But the problem is the impact of climate change. From the IPCC report on the biodiversity chapter, we see that we have three, if you see there's three graphs. The top one is the increase from pre-industrial on your this side, right, left, right. Okay, right hand side. This side is the impact projected on the terrestrial ecosystem, which is the land, and on this side is the marine ecosystem. The problem is we are going to have a higher impact to the terrestrial ecosystem by comparison to the marine ecosystem. But our protein come from the marine ecosystem. And by the year towards the pre-industrial year, we are targeting about the increase of 1.89. And the Asian region, which is the hotspot of biodiversity, will have the most impact. But if you look at the non-climate related human impacts that we are facing right now, and we are adding to the climate impacts, this will exacerbate the impact of us losing more of the marine biodiversity. Okay, so you look at the SDGs. Before that, what we have the local knowledge. Of course, now we have the SDGs. These 5 SDGs, if you look at the targets and if you follow the target, we achieve the targets, we might be able to have a healthy ecosystem. Healthy ecosystem will play a role in mitigating the greenhouse gases emission, not only protecting areas to prevent the release of carbon through land conversion activities, but also restoring the otherwise degraded. So in other words, the marine ecosystem is the storage of carbon. So they will be able to store the carbon for us and not release them. So, but we are facing the impact. Okay, next. Okay, this is the climate risk for Southeast Asia. With the impact of climate risk, apart from the biodiversity, which is our protein, we will see the public health. So with the increase of 1.5, if it goes on to 21,000, increase in high heat related mortality rates. We have been seeing this. It is frequent now. We have death in Japan, in India because of heat wave. We have had one case in Malaysia. Okay, extreme weather pattern. This month is supposed to be sort of inter-season change, and it should be moderate rain and moderate temperature, but we are not seeing that. We are having extreme events, so increase in droughts, flooding. Recently in India, yesterday I think the news. Economic exacerbate poverty, greater inequalities, and urban-related vulnerability. And finally, food security. So both in the marine and terrestrial ecosystem. So this is the 4 impact of climate change that will happen in Southeast Asia. Next. So what does science tell us? So we need to listen to the science to make a better policy. Are our politicians listening to science? No, of course not. Alright, so we talk about carbon emission, and this is the report from land use. Look at the second graph. The emission, and most of the Southeast Asian countries are from forest land, deforestation. So again, the brother and elder brother, young brother doing the palm oil plantation. So we are the biggest emission. Okay, next. Okay, this is what we are seeing, the heat, ocean heat content. So it's divided into two graphs, the surface and the bottom, the deeper waters. So not only the ocean, the surface is warming, but the deeper water is also warming. So it is telling us that the temperature is really hot and it will get warmer yearly. This is only 2020, so it get warmer yearly. So we need to look at the science data to ensure that our policy is in line with what's happening. We cannot have a top-down or one-way policy. Next. Alright, when the ocean gets warmer, especially in the tropical area, the fish will migrate. Not only human, but the fishes will migrate. That's what we are seeing the whale shark. We are seeing the species that we have never seen in the tropical area. So they move to where other places that is suitable for them. So in future, you will see in our tropical region, the red area on that side, we have more fish, but certain kind of fish. We will not have combo. Those fishes that are sensitive to temperature will move up to the temperate, will migrate to a cooler place. So we might have only one species. If the prawns are not suitable in that area, the prawns will move up to upper or lower to find somewhere that is the area that they can adapt. So we are going to lose, especially in the tropical area, because the tropical area right now is the biodiversity hotspot. We might lose the biodiversity, we'll have only one species hotspot. So these are the changes that is very eminent. Next. Okay, not only the change in biodiversity, with the intense temperature, melting of ice cap. Although the melting of ice cap is happening on the poles, but this will impact us with the sea level rise. When we have sea level rise, in Indonesia it is projected 0.5, and in Malaysia it's 0.11 to 0.21, and it is projected that we have more coastal flooding and so related events. And for Malaysia, frequent dry spell now, extreme rainfall event now also. So I'm not sure whether it's rainy season or dry season now. Extreme flood and other specific area. So this will increase coastal erosion, flooding, salt intrusion, infrastructure damage, and ecological loss. So these are the impact to our social system and also economical system. Next. Okay, the hotspot for increased flooding in 2020 to 2100. So sea level rise is now ongoing. So the glaciers are melting and it won't stop melting. We can't reverse the climate impact for 100 years. Even if we reduce the greenhouse gases at certain temperature, ice will melt. So look at the blue, red and maroon spots is at our region. So Indonesia has done a good move moving the city of Jakarta to Kalimantan. Yes, so they have anticipated that flooding is going to be very bad, and low-lying areas will be impacted. So they moved some major government office to Kalimantan. So what we are doing? Reclaim. So we are not thinking of the resilient. So we are not rethinking of that. Okay? So these are one of the adaptive measures that is ongoing. Here are some examples of the climate impact. This is just climate impact, but when you add on to the anthropogenic or the human-induced impact, it becomes worse. Next. Okay, we talk about climate change and food. So, what will happen to us? Next. Displacement and migration. So we have more people moving to places like fishes, move to a place where they think is suitable with the sea level rise, especially with the coastal community like the sea people, Bajau Laut. So they'll move. We will lose the heritage. Okay, livelihood and economic system, income loss. The fishermen, especially the artisanal fishermen or the coastal fishermen, they will lose their income. Health and well-being, of course. Not only with the COVID, you add on with climate change, we will not have enough clean water for everyone. So of course that will interrupt our medical system. Next. And culture identity and traditional knowledge. If they are not there to fish, if they are not there to safeguard the environment, what are they going to do? So the local knowledge will not be carried on. So there's nothing for them to protect because they are being displaced. Okay, social cohesion and community resilience, and also social inequality. It is anticipated that women and children will have the bigger impact on the climate change of the social. Next. So what can we do? So this is promises on paper. So this is what the government is promising us. Okay. So you look at the 5 levels of the target of greenhouse. The current policy, we will increase with 2.7, 3.1 degrees. But with the pledges and target, we can reduce it further. Optimistic net zero target, reduce it further. If we follow the pathway, is reduce the temperature to 1.6 to 1.7. And if we keep our promise in the Paris Agreement, not just promises that the politician make, we might be able to reduce our greenhouse gases and ultimately reduce the temperature. Okay, this is all we rely on the government, the policy makers to say, yes, I'll do that, I'll keep my promise. Okay, Malaysia has a major policy to help with the climate change or the greenhouse gases. But next, let me show the next one. But if you look at the policy, these are the major policy we have. It is 1975. Some of the policies are old, and some of the policies are not updated. So we have the policy, but it's just top-down policy. When the government changes, the policy changes. Okay? So what we can do as a community in Asian, we can harness the bilateral cooperation, advancing the climate mitigation and adaptation to build a resilient community. Next. So one is sharing best practices and knowledge. We have an open science, open forum that we could share our knowledge, and then technology transfer and capacity building in terms of relationship with Malaysia, Indonesia, in terms of training young scientists, young sociologists, climate diplomacy and advocacy, keeping to our promise in the whatever we have promised in the international agreements, engage in multilateral negotiation so that we have the beyond boundaries agreement. Okay, next. Multidisciplinary research, I think, is important. We could not only concentrate on science and not look at on the social impact, and also vice versa. Policy alignment and coordination, it cannot be top-down policy, it has to be multi-way policy. And finally, the natural resources management and conservation, it should be biodiversity beyond national jurisdiction, because fish move. They do not have boundary like us. They do not need a passport. So we need to have biological understanding. Next. And in conclusion, sea level rise is happening and it poses significant challenge to the coastal community. So we do not need another reclamation. We do not need to add on to the pressure. And mobilization of climate finance, carbon taxation, and environmentally motivated subsidiary can reduce the inequalities. I think the state government of Penang should be taxed on the carbon taxation and also the climate finance. Next. So finally, mitigation is to have a good science-based policy and awareness. I do not put community awareness, but the awareness is not only for the community, it's also from top down, not bottom up. And to adapt, we have to reduce the non-existing pressure due to human non-existing, meaning that non-climate related pressure, to reduce the pressure of climate change. We do not need human impact activities. We need to reduce for a better resilient community. So that is my talk for today. Thank you.
Thank you so much for Dr. Jasmina for your presentation. And the third presentation is Ms. Tanusia with title is Pharmacy Solution Integrating MSP and Blue Economy for Ocean Sustainability. Please welcome Ms. Tanusia.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much for the opportunity. Right, so let's get started. So today, my presentation, I'm going to talk about From Sea to Solution, Integrating MSP and Blue Economy for Ocean Sustainability. And once again, my name is Tanushriya Balachandran, and I'm under the supervision of Dr. Shazlina. So, basically in this presentation, we'll be looking at the objectives, the importance of ocean sustainability, introduction to marine spatial planning, exploring the blue economy, and to look at the synergies between MSP and blue economy and its benefits. Right? Then we'll look at some case studies, challenges and considerations, tools and approaches, recommendations and future outlook. Okay, so before we even begin, we have to understand what is MSP. So, MSP is, according to UNESCO, MSP is a public process of analyzing and allocating spatial and temporal space to achieve ecological, economic, and social objectives. So, So since the wording here is too long, I'll just make it short. I'll summarize it to say that marine spatial planning is a process to develop blueprint for area-based management that accounts for multiple management objectives. Okay, so what are the key objectives of MSP? So the first one is planning and organizing. First, we have to organize the planning process and understand the planning area, followed by identification of contact right shoulders, and followed by identification and engage the stakeholders. Then the next would be vision, goals, and objective. We must develop a shared vision and also specify goals and objectives. Next would be assessment and analysis. So we have to describe and analyze the current characteristics of the area, and also followed by the future characteristic, and also assess the conflicts, right? Next would be management approaches and marine plan development, and followed by the implementation. Okay, so now let's look at the benefits of MSP in the first place. First, it produces effective governance. Transparency, it promotes transparency, economic growth, and there are also possibilities for marine innovations as well. And it also affects the regional and social development. Okay, MSP is a crucial plan in preserving the cultural heritage as well. Okay, then it also promotes the effective stakeholder management, followed by the sustainable use of ecosystem services, and last but not least, it provides environmental protection. And climate change as well. Okay, so we have already discussed about MSP, more or less we know what is it all about. So let's look at the blue economy now. So what is blue economy all about? So there's a definition over there, which is blue economy is a sustainable use of ocean resources for economic growth, improved livelihood and jobs, and ocean ecosystem health. So there are many activities involving blue economy and different aspects as well. So the first one will be renewable energy. Sustainable marine energy can play a vital role in social and economic development, followed by tourism, where ocean and coastal tourism brings jobs and economic growth as well. And then climate change, where the impacts of climate change and ocean rising sea levels, coastal erosion, and changing ocean current patterns at the same time. So oceans are very important as carbon sinks. Next would be waste management, where 80% of litter in the ocean is from the land-based sources. Next is fisheries, where marine fisheries contribute more than 270 billion annually to global GDP. And lastly would be maritime transport. Over 80% of international goods travel and have been transported through the ocean. So what is the concept of blue economy? So I have summarized it into 4 concepts. The first one would be natural capital. Firstly, blue economy, ocean as the natural capital. So the first one would be restoration, ecosystem-based management, protection areas such as MPAs, then decarbonization, well-being, and also impact mitigation such as natural disasters like flooding and all that. Okay. Next would be blue economy also looks at ocean as livelihoods. Okay, we'll look. They play important role as the source of income and employment, community health, natural capital, food security, and equity. Next, blue economy also look ocean as the driver of innovation, where it promotes investment, innovative financing, data sharing, and of course research and development. And last but not least, ocean is also a good business. So there are property rights, income diversification, social license, valuation of ocean industries, and sector-based growth strategies. Okay. So now let's look at the synergies between blue economy and sustainable ocean economy. So environmental, social, and economic sustainability of sectors that impact and derive economic activity from the ocean. The first one would be the ecosystem and natural resource management. Next would be pollution control and sustainable development and infrastructure. So we can see that the blue ocean finance opportunities, there are few opportunities here as listed, and also we can see the challenges and constraints, which I will focus on this challenge later up in the presentation. Okay, so what happens if we combine MSP and blue economy, right? So the first one is MSP is a systematic approach and management that allocate marine spaces and activities to achieve ecological, economic, and social objective, while blue economy focuses on promoting sustainable economic growth through wise use of marine resources. So while MSP provides a framework to balance multiple users and interests in the marine environment, blue economy emphasizes the sustainability development of sectors such as aquaculture, fisheries, tourism, renewable energy, and biotechnology as well. So while MSP helps identify and designate areas for different economic activities, blue economy is taking account into ecological and social considerations. Next, the integration of MSP in blue economy promotes efficient spatial planning, minimizes conflict, and also between different sectors, and also reduces the environmental impact of economic activities. So MSP also enables the identification of synergies and also trade-off between different users and user of the marine environment, which facilitates informed decision-making and stakeholder engagement in blue economy. Next. So let's look at a few of the case studies. Case study 1 shows the successful MSP and blue economy integration, which is in Belize. It's a region in the Central America covered, it is along the coastlines of the Caribbean Sea. Right, so Belize is the second longest and unbroken reef system in the world. It is renowned for its marine tourism. The tourism sector drives construction of new coastal development, airports, urban areas, and cruise ship ports. So as you can see, how marine spatial planning and blue economy is a success in the map. Over here you can see where there are activities such as aquaculture, fishing, marine transportation, coastal development, oil exploration, everything in one place. So this, for me, this is a good example of an integration between MSP and blue economy. Okay, so the second case study is from the World Bank document where it's they are going to do this in a few years' time. So the first one, the plan is called Mozambique's multi-sector coordination objective as part of its marine spatial planning. Mozambique is a country in the South Africa, surrounded by the Indian Ocean. Okay. So these are the strategic objectives. I'm so sorry if it's very small because I try to encompass everything. Okay. Then they have the specific objective, the targets. One of the targets of why MSP is implemented in Mozambique is to establish new dynamics of use of coastal space and maritime. Okay. So the timeline over here is from last year until 2024. So hopefully this project is being done, and we'll see the outcomes in the future. Okay, so this is in Penang itself. It is one of the proposed case study, which is the Pulau Gazumbo. We are in a plan of proposing Pulau Gazumbo to make it a marine spatial planning area. So this is the study area in Pulau Gazumbo, where they are also, it's rich in marine biodiversity as well, especially in seagrass, and also there are many organisms such as bivalves and all. Here, while I'm talking about this, I would like to add another point where currently the middle bank has been proposed as a sanctuary due to its high biodiversity. But what is against that initiative is the land reclamation issue. So the supporters of the sanctuary is telling that, okay, it's a good initiative, so because it protects the biodiversity and all. But what are the critics on the opposite side are telling that is, it's a greenwashing strategy to make land reclamation look bad. So the debate is currently ongoing. So we'll have to see what the outcome is. Okay, so the one I told you about, the challenges and solutions. Challenges and solutions of MSP and blue economy implementation. So there are 10 challenges and the 10 possible proposed solutions. So the first one is lack awareness and understanding, like what Dr. Shah said earlier. So what can we do? Conduct awareness campaigns and educational programs. Okay. Next would be complex stakeholder engagement. So what can we do that? What can we do to overcome this? Which is, we could foster collaboration, facilitate multi-stakeholder dialogues and participatory processes. Followed by, one of the challenge is data and knowledge gaps. So what can we do to mitigate that? Invest in scientific research and data collection efforts, encourage data sharing mechanisms. Right? Next would be conflicting sectoral interests. So what can we do? We can foster coordinated approach in frameworks. Then regulatory and governance framework. We could develop comprehensive and adaptive regulatory frameworks. And financing and investment. In establishing implementing a plan, the biggest challenge is financing and investment. So what are the solutions? Stakeholder and business partnership. Both stakeholders and business, private mostly, they could form partnerships and overcome this challenge. Next would be climate change and environmental degradation, where we can promote sustainable practices. Followed by legal and jurisdictional complexities. We can foster cooperation and coordination among nations to address transboundary challenges. Okay. Next would be capacity building and technical expertise, where we could create capacity building initiatives such as trainings and exposures. Next would be monitoring, evaluation, and adaptive management. So what are the solutions to overcome this challenge is to develop robust monitoring and evaluation system to address the effectiveness of MSP and also blue economy. So in conclusion, integrating MSP and blue economy is extremely important to achieve sustainable ocean and harnessing the economic potential of our marine resources. Integrating MSP and blue economy facilitates synergies between sectors, encourages collaboration among stakeholders, and fosters responsibility stewardship between our oceans. It allows us to capitalize on the vast array of opportunities offered by the marine environment, ranging from fisheries and aquaculture to renewable energy, tourism, and biotechnology. So, next. So I would like to thank the FRGS grant for providing this grant so that I could present here today. So thank you.
Thank you so much for Ms. Tanusria for your presentation. And now we will open the Q&A within 5 minutes.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you for the opportunity. Let me introduce myself. My name is Danu Wijaya. I'm PhD student from the School of Industrial Technology and Division of Environmental Technology. So if you're talking about climate change, so because maybe this topic bit linear to my background. So I will say I'm agree with the climate change. So because climate change is real, we can see some of the climate change in our life, like the temperature is increased and also gas emission carbon. We can see for that. So climate change to the ocean, physical and chemical make up significantly impact to marine ecosystem. Because my current project also right now is focused on marine ecosystem. So I want to find some of the microbiota from the marine, especially for plastic to degrade the plastic. So, for example, water temperature influences which species can live in the area. So they have one case there, acidification. Acidification affects many animal ability to make cell of skeleton, where low oxygen level can contribute to hypoxia and also death zone. So climate change also that's coming from our activities, and also coming from industry and also coming from our daily life. Especially like the plastic waste we can see in our life. So for the marine ecosystem case, like plastic waste, so we can go like near us, like Queens Bay Beach, we can see there are many plastic in the Queens Bay. So this one may be one of the case why we can give the impact to our planet, to the earth. So my opinion is maybe this problem not only for one person to take the responsibility, but need more stakeholder, like from industry, they produce many product, like the plastic also and the other product, and also one of the stakeholder is like ourselves also to take the responsibility to care about the product also for our life and also especially for the government. So maybe we need to working together for that to solve the problems. That's my opinion. So I just want to know the opinion from the speaker what this problem, then how to make the good policy to handle the problems. Yeah, maybe this can connect for that. So the other question is, I want to know for the reclamation, do reclamation project have a feature in the climate change agenda? I mean like the reclamation be done safely and sustainability with minimal impact on the environment or no? Just want to know what that. Or maybe you want to, because reclamation, I'm sure maybe that can make impact also for the future environment. So it also can make impact to the climate change. But how to make can be a small problem to our life. Thank you so much.
Go ahead.
You want to answer?
The mic.
You can give some opinion on that. Okay, thank you for your question. I think the first question in terms of plastics and things on the ocean. Personally, from an NGO point of view, we constantly would like this not to be a consumer responsibility alone. I think a lot of people forget that the corporate needs to be responsible as well. The producers of plastics needs to be shamed. In fact, I think in Indonesia as well. I saw the other website Sungai Watch. They did waste auditing, and what they did, they shamed Unilever, said, "Wow, so much plastics comes from your company. You cannot just say that I produce and then you use and then the consumer need to be responsible." I guess the corporates needs to be involved in these things as well. And although a lot of times I felt that the weight of all these things is put on the consumer, which I felt is unfair. I think the corporate do have the power, money, and the lobbying power as well to make great change. I guess the consumer need to push for that. In terms of the second question, you talk about reclamation on kind. Oh, yes. I guess that there was a report saying that, for example, the one in Penang, people tend to greenwash the whole idea that reclamations prevent sea level rise and all these things, which I think is an afterthought by the state government of Penang. At first, they did reclamation because they need the money to solve our traffic problem, right? But after that, when we find out more that the reclamation project actually emitted a lot of carbon emission, which again, if we look into how are they going to mitigate that, they need to actually plant a lot of trees, and they do not have a plan for that. So I think when it comes to reclamation project, questions needs to be asked: how are they going to upset the carbon emission, which is still unclear, you see. So I think for the stand of the NGOs and the community of fishermen, I think unless they have a clear plan on how to mitigate the emission of carbon, they don't have that, they shouldn't start. They don't, a lot of times in Penang, they start things and then after they start to think of solution. I think which is quite unfair, I think, on this matter.
Adding on to the plastic pollution, there's a documentary by Netflix. I think everyone should watch that. It's Pulau Sampah. It was conducted, the documentary is in Indonesia. It is good to see that the movement of marine litters, it's not, I wouldn't say it, we do not originate it, but it comes from an identified source because of the ocean move of the current. So it brings the litter from one place to another place. And most of the litters that comes to our country, especially Malaysia and Indonesia, we import from the European country to process or recycle, whereby we store them in our if you look at the Pulau Sampah, they have a look, I can't remember the place, so they store that there. So when they process the marine litter, they tend to distribute pollutants to the river. So it is a microplastic problem now. And recently, with the push of the ocean decade of marine science, the science we do for the sea we want. So there is a policy on marine litters by the Malaysian government, but that has not stopped the private companies from importing the waste from developed country to process. So that is one of our issue that we cannot say apart from the multi companies producing plastic is us importing the plastic from Germany. Germany is good in recycling. They are good in plastic litter, but where do they recycle? It's either Malaysia or Indonesia or Bangladesh. So they can say they are doing good, but they are sending the waste to us to take care. So this is one of the problems. And moving to your next question about reclamation, I would echo what Andrew is saying as a carbon emission. We talk about when we dredge the sediment, correct, tanah, so we are releasing the carbon. That is a very big issue that the state government did not address. It addressed the carbon emission from just reclaim. But where do the sediment comes from? The sediment bed in the sea stores carbon for more than 100,000 of years. So when we dredge, we are releasing back. So that's why I said that the government of Penang should pay the carbon taxation. They should be accountable of whatever equivalent. So carbon accountability in Malaysia has not been spoken widely, and I'm not sure whether we have a policy on that. No. Yeah, and having said that, it is a strong opinion by the government of Penang that by building the reclamation, it will help sea level rise. I don't think so. We can move everything to Seberang, and we can build a wall to help with the structure, to help with the sea level rise. We have eco-engineering, ecosystem-based management. So we have a lot of things to do that.
I think I want Tuan Haji to say something.
Yeah,
Tuan Haji boleh beri sedikit
From the community side.
dari perspektif komuniti mengenai impak nampakan yang akan berlaku di kawasan Tuan Haji.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
Saya cuma nak cakap sikit lah. Cuma kalau katalah PSR ni atau PSR ni berlaku, mana kata kami nelayan di Sungai Batu, Teluk Kubah, Kasangku dan juga Pematang Malam. Sebenarnya bukan kata kami empat ini nelayan saja atau nelayan kawasan-kawasan itu saja, Pulau Pinang Selatan saja, tetapi apa nama yang terancamnya pencemarannya akan dihadapi oleh seluruh nelayan Pulau Pinang dan juga Selatan Kedah dan juga Perak Utara, di mana baru 2-3 hari ni ikan kembung naik begitu banyak di kawasan ini, dan saya kira sepanjang pantai laut dari Pulau Pinang Selatan, dari ujung Pulau Harimau hingga ke Pulau Kendi dipenuhi dengan sampan-sampan nelayan dari 3 tempat ni, Perak, Kedah dan juga Pulau Pinang, hingga mendapat beratus-ratus kilo dan beribu ringgit satu hari, dan dicampuri dengan nelayan tempatan yang selalu menangkap udang sebagai bahan sumber protein yang utama di situ. Jadi pendapatan nelayan kalau macam ni memang satu hari boleh dapat 1,000 hingga 3,000 nelayan ringgit satu hari. Jadi itulah yang saya nak cakapkan, bahawa kawasan Pulau Pinang Selatan ni adalah kawasan emas bagi nelayan seluruh Pulau Pinang, Kedah dan juga Perak. Jadi katalah kalau terjadinya 3 pulau ataupun 1 pulau, bermakna pencemaran dia tetap berlaku sama. 1 pulau atau 3 pulau sama, pencemaran tetap berlaku, dan pendapatan nelayan akan bukan kata berkurangan. Saya tidak nampak berkurangan, tapi dia akan jadi zero. Di mana macam semua kita tahu, saya tengok dia presentation memang cantik sekali. Kita tahu bahawa vegetation mereka tentu akan berpindah ke tempat yang lebih ada makanan, ada sesuai dengan suhu dan sebagainya. Jadi climate change apa semua itu. Jadi nampaknya apa yang saya nampak sekarang ni, pihak developer atau kerajaan negeri, mereka tidak nampak tentang keterjaminan makanan. Yang kita utamakan sekarang ni keterjaminan makanan, sebab kita sedang menghadapi masalah makanan. Kita tak menghadapi masalah tanah, kekurangan tanah atau untuk dijadikan pembangunan. Itu yang kita kena utamakan. Bagi saya itulah. Saya ni sebagai mewakili nelayan ni berkata, kami ni terpaksa berkorban diri untuk menyuap atau memberi jaminan makanan yang begitu segar. Bayangkanlah 3 hari sudah, okey. Saya pergi, kita punya kru pergi nelayan, ikut nelayan pergi tangkap ikan dan balik dia bagi sikit ikan kembung, dan tengah hari dah kita boleh makan ikan fresh tanpa kena ais lagi. Jadi adakah itu kita nak korbankan security makanan tu dengan pembangunan yang terseimbang yang kita tak perlukan? Bukanlah kita tak perlu, tapi kalau second choice lah bagi saya. Sekarang kita pentingkan security makanan, bukan pembangunan yang tidak terancam macam ni. Ini yang paling kita bimbang sekali. Kita biarlah pembangunan itu tempat yang tak ada kawasan yang tidak memberi impak kepada kita macam security makanan. Itulah tengok kita sekarang masalah tepung, gula dan minyak, beras, semua kita sekarang menghadapi. Jadi takkan kita nak menghadapi dengan bekalan sumber protein yang sedia ada di sini. Itu yang saya nak tekankan, bahawa kita kena bijak lah. Bagi saya, kalau ahli-ahli protein ni dia kena bijak. Macam Dr. Prof cakap tadi tu, kita masalah orang politikal tidak mendengar kita punya saintis-saintis yang kita ada sini ni. Jadi kadang-kadang saya terfikir, apa guna saintis yang kita ada ni? Kenapa kita tubuh universiti yang begitu banyak, akademik yang begitu banyak, tapi dari ini mereka tidak mendengar pendapat-pendapat yang kita yang orang kata ada asasnya. Itu yang saya nak cakap ni. Baik, sekian, terima kasih.
Ada pertanyaan di sana. Bolehlah kita pakai dua-dua bahasa, 3 bahasa pun bahasa Indonesia, Malaysia.
Okay, thank you very much. Honestly, I want to say grateful in this time because I can hear the presentation of the speakers. I'm interested in all topic because my major is international law of the sea. And now we can see that there are so many international law of the sea problems. But in this time, I don't want to ask questions because there are so many questions in my mind, and I'm afraid we don't have much time to discuss more. So maybe in this time, I hope we can, especially for Dr. Sazlina and Mr. Andre, Ms. Tano, I'm sorry if I'm mistaken, to make collaboration research. I think it needs a solution about international law of the sea especially, because there are so many international law of the sea problems. And for your information, in law of faculty, under leadership of our Dean, Dr. Agus Prihartono, we have a Center Study of International Law and Center Study of Fisheries and Coastal Area. So we can elaborate together to solve these problems. Maybe that's my statement. Thank you very much.
Thank you for the question and the answer. However, before we begin the second plenary, we would like to share a corporate video from Universitas Sultan Ageng Tirtayasa.
Inspired by the local values and the thoughts of the leading and intellectual figures of Banten, Sultan Ageng Tirtayasa and Sheikh Nawawi al-Bantan, and fueled by the desire to contribute to the quality of Indonesia's human resources and global engagement. Universitas Sultan Ageng Tirtayasa, better known UNTIRTA, officially presents through the establishment in 1981. UNTIRTA is a government-owned university located in the province of Banten, Indonesia, located 75 kilometers from the capital of Indonesia, Jakarta, to the west, and the only public university under the Ministry of Education, Culture, Research, and Technology, located in Banten Province. UNTIRTA's commitment to excellence has driven viable and vigorous international academic engagement and collaborations. UNTIRTA has 7 faculties spread across the city of Serang, the capital city of Banten Province, and in the city of Cilegon, which is the hub of multinational companies in Banten. To support academic excellence, all buildings in UNTIRTA are environmentally friendly, designed and attached to the sustainability principles, which are realized through the maximum use of the most innovative technology in support of academic and research activities. Strengthening the existence of UNTIRTA nationally, the Ministry of Education, Culture, Research, and Technology has appointed UNTIRTA as the National Center of Food Security since 2019. At the global level, UNTIRTA has taken part in the creation of knowledge, especially related to research in food security. The availability of a modern and highly innovative integrated research laboratory supports the creation of the impactful research results. As evidence of its dedication to knowledge creation and global commitment, the faculty members of UNTIRTA have won national and international research and collaboration grants from various institutions, like the Ministry of Culture, Education, and Research and Innovation, Indonesia, World Bank, British Council, USAID, Séjour Scientifique de Haut Niveau SSHN, France, Islamic Development Bank. These endeavors confirm its engagement in global research networking and cooperation. UNTIRTA is also a home that not only acts as a place, but also as a source of knowledge, example, and virtue. Therefore, the entire academic community is obliged to uphold basic values in carrying out their duties and responsibilities, which are oriented to the 9 excellent characteristics. For example, smart, persistence, innovative and creative, visionary, proactive, open-minded, communicative, tolerant, preserving local values. A supportive and conducive academic environment and facilities have driven the emergence of young intellectuals. The students play a significant role in contributing to global academic excellence by actively participating in international academic events, like winning international essay writing competitions, international research grants, and international academic student mobility awards. Committed to enhancing the engagement of students to its academic excellence internationally, UNTIRTA provides Tirtayasa's International Scholarship, TRIAS. To build its international reputation, the commitment is realized by broadening and strengthening international networking and partnership, not only with universities, but also industries through research schemes and internship programs. Oriented to academic excellence and social impact, UNTIRTA is committed to making Banten and Indonesia as a part of the global community and participating in the making of a better world.
Before we continue, let us take 3 to 5 minutes break before we continue again. Thank you.
Makasih mengusul lagi jadi artis kita pakai sekali ini. Kaji. Apa di ini ada dia bagi kontak tapi saya betul. Di depan itu harus plus 60. Enggak, kalau sudah ada nomor di Indonesia otomatis. Kalau pakai di Indonesia tak otomatis. Ya kan? Oh ini sudah di kartu Indonesia. Oke. Lagi juga prosesnya. Mungkin boleh menjelaskan ke mama lagi. Mandanya Pak Bola kan? Mas, untuk batu kita pi. Nah, kalau kita itu pergi kalau bahasa sini ya bahasa logat doang kan. Kalau sini sih, kalau di Kelantan gigi. Copok. Kalau pergi pun kita paham juga. Jadi sebelum lihat aja ini batu kita. Kita masih jadi dan kena apa ni tembak pula. Jadi cepatnya boleh wawancara tapi kita tak apa bahasa tu kena pandai lah, eja lah. Tapi menarik juga kita pun belajar juga. Nanti sini pergi tempat ngaji. Ya, Malaysia. Kita dengan koni kok tahun yang mana keluar lagi jadi satu wilayah di Pulau Bintang ini sifat kooperasi ya, kooperasi kan, sehingga yang lain sangat budaya yang negara kan.
Oh,
tapi saya malah jadi kalau masih tidak masak bom dari buang. Ini apa istilahnya? Apa polisi juga? Pasir ke dalam istilahnya. Pasir ke dalam kasih anggap samakan enggak? Macam tu lah. Tapi kan kalau simbol-simbol itu kan kita buat sebagai pasir dalam jadi bayang teknik itu pasir relatasi makanan ya. Bukan sebelum makan siang lagi
Kita mau foto bareng dulu, Prof. Di depan.
masing hari ya.
Awalnya dulu di Pulau Tikus.
Prof, dokumentasi bareng dulu.
Ini mahasiswa dari Mataram, Universitas Mataram.
Kemarin di
Oh ya, ada yang terpelajari juga ya, yang tadi ya. Ya.
orang ada
Oh ya. Oh ya, oke. Boleh kita foto bersama-sama dulu? Mana nih? Ada di luar sana? Di depan sana? Ya, apa kita foto? Siap.
Jangan lagi itu Pak.
Mohon maaf Pak, perhatian. Jadi kita bagus. Mohon maaf. Kita makan siang sudah siap. Kita foto dulu, kemudian kita makan siang dan sambung. Oke kan? Dia balik dalam satu di
siap.
Aku Nusantara, aku punya tim bantu acara. Oke, aku sih udah ada, kayak itu sudah ada. Nanti kasih kalian. Apalagi apalagi mau boleh lanjut apa sih? Tiga ada.
Iya. Foto dulu katanya.
Oh, foto dulu.
Let's go.
Okay.
Itu ada bu ininya.
Ini pintunya paham.
Iya. Ada paraketan, standar, iya. Cuma merek soal ini. Itu berani melarang. Tapi gini, oke, apa di kali warak dua itu ya, baru ini cerita setengah, ujungnya doang ya kan. Oke, iya, yang bisa banyak-banyak apa?
Itu pas mereka dari pentasya nggak bisa diikuti, ada meeting.
Tadinya mau sore mungkin ya atau malam, tapi tadi udah.
Maksudnya malam ini ya, kalau malam ini ada tinggi sebenarnya, atau malam juga nanti setelah pas kan kita ke sana. Masih asikin aja lagi. Jangan terlalu
Apa ini lagi dengan Vivo.
Iya kan. Mungkin berapa orang?
Empat, kita berlima. Berlima apa lagi? Lima, iya lima. Ya, makasih ya Pak.
Iya, sama-sama.
Iya, dari suaranya. Lampunya. Iya.
Buat Bu Rani, sholat kan? Apa lagi libur? Kemarin udah sholat pas mau berangkat kantor, ini habis jalan lagi.
deh kemarin dipoles dikit-dikit kan isinya nggak banyak, yang penting udah 12 terpenuhi wis lah itu 12 sampai 16 ya bulannya. Tapi yang bilang katanya ditulis semua di BKD ya. Semua ditulis di BKD. Iya, tempat-tempat mungkin karena itu apa sifatnya bukan bermasalah ya. Nah kemarin saya ngisi sekitar mereka istirahat dulu kan atau gimana, khawatir nggak bisa sampai sore dipaksakan jangan gitu. Jadi kan kolaborasi ini nanti sekalian jangan sampai dipaksain jalan tapi nanti badan ngedrop waduh. Ya tadi kan pernah main kan ya. Jadi gimana saya ngikut baiknya kalau aja yang besok misalnya mau jalan-jalan gitu kan ramainya ingin beristirahat Pak Aku misalnya sorenya balik kalau Pak Agung dia sekretaris ketuanya namanya Pak Ilmu. Pak Ilmu ini salah satu pemegang saham lain yang Malaysia. TRH lainnya. Udah punya hadis tinggal di sini. Maksudnya Indonesia semua apa? Iya, orang Jawa, orang Hongkong, orang kan katanya kalau udah ada di sini bukan kelas pulang, kelas suami, pulang. Kan sekolahnya udah bodoh. Gimana pulang? Dari sini, kalau dari depan gerbangnya yang USM 100 meter dekat, makanya saya ngetek yang dekat. Dari sini ke gerbang berapa kilo? Ya? Sebetulnya nggak jauh, cuma karena dia bukit, capek. Kalau mau jalan, kalau mau jalan sekitar 100-200 meter. Di sini, kalau mereka ada di sini nih, tanggal 12 sampai tanggal 14. Kemudian saya minta sama kawan yang sekali bisa menggunakan desain dulu, desainnya apa, peluangnya apa, nanti disebutkan rombongan, dan bisa ilmunya, sampai habis kemarin departemennya itu. Fakultasnya apa namanya? Fakultasnya di acaranya di Pulau ya.
Apa kita nyasar
kalau masih di PN, bisa masih sama apa gitu kan mereka. Kalau pergi kan 3 jam dari sini ke UM 3 jam. Tapi itu tanggal 12 ya. Sama kalau itu hanya kegiatan Malaysia kali ya. Itu sih paling udah dipadetin aja dipadetin. Ya emang gue pulang balik tanggal aja naik terus 12 jam. Udah sehari ya. Udah ya juga sih. Kalau dia menganggapnya itu apa ya model cuma dia gitu jadi udah gitu. Belum jelas formatnya apa ya apa dia udah tahu ya. Namanya School of Government College of Law, Professional Program of Public Administration. School of Government College of Law. Di sini apa dia di sini keluar ada kamar mandi sana bisa kok bisa lama sampai hari Sabtu? Ada kenapa? Ada pengembangan anak yang mahal itu transit. Makanya saya naik. Dan saya sudah pernah dikesiapkan anak transloka jadi saya tadi cerita sama beberapa lagi karena ngetek tanggal untuk pulang kan dari sini ke Indonesia transit di Medan. Tapi kemudian dia membatalkan, jadi dia yang cancel, bukan saya yang cancel, dia yang cancel ya. Traveloka-nya penerbangan Lion Air dia yang cancel schedule-nya. Nah saya harus mengubah tanggal berapa saya harus pergi dan masuk ke intervensi lagi kalau ditanya juga nggak mau. Jadi sampai akhir itu kan
bintang 1 aja.
iya. Jadi pernah mau nge-refund, maksudnya mau seperti KPL. Kemudian ketika ada yang di sini, yang lain dari di sini, suruh ke Kuala Lumpur. Jauh amat. Dan itu harus kita juga saya gue juga mau naik.
Nanti kalau dari bukan apa ya?
Kalau dari sini jalan ke
boleh kira masak dulu jalannya di kemudian hari masak dulu makan ya kita di sini dia punya warung makan nah ya udah kamu jangan
Ya, untuk pulang jual aja ya. RM1.
Kalian yang mau sharing session itu mau apa? Di hari itu enggak ada
itu formal kegiatannya
oh ini aja berarti gini aja sharing session makan sharing session
iya
minggu ini kamu jalan-jalan mau makan baiknya
tapi kemarin duduk di sana
aku nunggu dia
oh ya kamu nanya doang juga jelas ya air wah
kita nggak paham ya kita ada
bisa gitu aku nggak bilang
masuk ke training gue
nih di sini
disiapin rekaman itu sama nodulin kita kayak
oh dari keluar dari sini ke Pulau Lombok naik kereta berapa jam? Berapa jam?
5 menit aja ya.
Oh, berapa jam? 3 jam. Waktu dari Kuala Lumpur ke sini berapa jam naik kereta api, Nak?
Berapa jam?
saya
Berapa jam, Nak? 5 jam? Hah?
kami dari Lombok jam 1 malam nyampe sini sampai
Dari,
1 malam
dari
juga
Kuala Lumpur ke Penang naik kereta berapa jam, sayang?
5 jam
Soalnya kita kayak muter-muter dulu.
Oh,
Tahu tempat
naik
buat
kereta kan
beli.
kita
naik
ke Kia Center dulu Bu
oh, enggak, maksudnya naik keretanya.
5 jam
Perjalanan dari Kuala Lumpur ke Penang 5 jam naik kereta.
4 jam, tapi satu jalur itu muter-muter di situ.
tapi ada stasiunnya
Kita nggak lama.
nanti ngoper Bu
Kita naiknya di Kia Center
Tiketnya di mana?
di Bandung 4 jam itu
4 jam.
Dari Waterboard ini ke sini.
Water sini bisa 2 bisa 3 satu naik bus Waterboard ke Sungai kedua bisa naik Jadi tahun lagi naik kelas.
Both are good. Sudah, tutup kan makanannya?
Baru kali ini ya.
Mandi-mandi itu bisa panas.
Banyak kali
Sudah kan?
mantap. Seumur baru kali kita makan nasi.
Bisa panas. Betul lah, selepas sudah panas, kita pelangi kan dulu.
Saya kira nasi panas dingin. Oh,
Itu sakitnya. Syukur, alhamdulillah bagus. Lancar di sana, lancar di sini. Emang juga dapat kontak sama nanti setelah itu kami ada rapat diskusi, nggak perlu bersama lagi langsung. Iya, udah ya. Oh, Pak Arif, ya.
Berapa jam?
5 jam.
Di posisi di sini.
Sama proses itu kayak sampai
Kalau ada seperti merit team mungkin tapi sains ya bukan sosiologi sains itu sepertinya ada tapi cek sama ada mereka dua sains itu aku tahu ya
kalau nggak ada macet
itu bagus lah kalau ada mahasiswa yang
kita sekolahnya pasti di kalau dari penginapan di sana bisa
karena Indonesia pulau yang paling negara paling banyak pulau kan nggak ada negara seperti Indonesia yang banyak pulau
2 hari
juga
bisa
tapi harus
muter-muternya
harus jaga tuh pulau-pulau kita
itu kalau saya prefernya di area masjid karena itu lebih tenang dekat sama Medan Merdeka dekat sama masjidnya
kita rencanakan kita harus kita rencanakan
bisa kemana-mana tuh tinggal lihat rutenya aja
yang penting kan ada sebetulnya fokus ke sini tapi sudah kenal dan
kalau
ke CBS
gimana ini aja malah kesepakatan semua aja.
bisa dia belum sempat ke keliling belum sempat ini kan jadi kan operasi lain ada hotel kalau mau ya di situ di sini nggak banyak mereka minta uang
ya itu badan kan kalau nggak mau nginap makanya
ya silakan
Karena pada muda-muda ya.
offset berbukit
Kuling-kuling.
oh belum ya
Ini banyak
mau nginap ya
iya semuanya gitu kalau semua di sana kita
jalan-jalan nanti
kata ya gitu ya
udah ya
di sini dulu apa namanya perek apa
itu 2 hari itu kan ya
militer British
pulangnya aja
kan pendidikan
Terus mau lagi ya kita jalan jauh.
Terus tadi pulangnya ke lewat mana nih? Berarti kan waktunya balik lagi ke Penang.
jadi mereka sudah di tempat tinggi
Jadi harganya yang balik lagi ke Penang
Pas pulangnya.
malah nambah 1 hari
Kalau
terus pesen
libur kan
tiket
berarti
buat
balik lagi pulang ke sini tuh. Ya, buat pulang ke Jakartanya.
minggu
Pak Arif dia di sini ya sempat ini ya pulang setelah tahu bisa langsung nggak
barang Jumat habis ya udah 1 Itu mengutip Pak satu.
Bisa online tuh, daring aja. Bimbingan skripsi ya kan? Oh, sidang.
Nggak usah, terima kasih.
Oh, udah jam berapa? Ikut? Kita bisa start nggak? Oh, oke. Oh, sholat dulu. Udah kenal sama Pak ini? Udah. Oh, semalam tadi. Dari malam betul. Sama lagi.
Oh, dari itu Pak.
Semuanya dari NTB. Mantap NTB.
Kalau kita sampai yang sampai selesai yang
Oh, yang tahu yang nggak baca. Jadi kita pulangnya jelas.
Produk apa ya?
Ayo cek 1, 2, 3 cek.
Bukan. Iya gitu ya. Kan itu. Tunggu dulu ganti. Ini lebih. Saya nggak mau politis ya. Silakan. Kita senang negara di sini. Jadi hilang kebebasan itu. Kebebasan dengan politis.
Masih sholat?
Ya, jadi kita di sini tuh ngopi, masih bisa tuh sedikit bisa pulang mungkin.
Kita mulai. Gak sabar ya.
Bisa ngasih dukungan silaturahim orang yang lain. Iya Mbak. Ini Pak Bernardo.
Ani, Batik mana tuh? Kalimantan ya.
Mau jadi
Jangan Thailand ya.
Sudah apa? Sudah berapa? Sudah.
Berarti sekolahnya di sini atau yang di
Lalu lagi cari beasiswa katanya Prof.
Oh,
Bisa apply di sini.
Oke. Atau pemasuk dulu tadi kemudian gitu.
Nah itu juga boleh Prof.
Soal interesting.
Seperti itu. Kalau orang Jawa Timur tuh bisa terjun bebas ke Ali itu kalau saya kalau bebas itu.
Kalau masih jomblo enak.
Oh yang benar ya. Kan Nusantara punya
itu siapa sih? Yang Madura itu?
Ready. Dia Madura di Jawa, makanya dia mau gabung. Madura ya, tapi bisa pakai seperti yang Jawa.
Tapi yang Madura juga pakai Prof.
Oke ya. Coba dia. Pakai yang ini ya. Sapu ya. Itu mirip yang Melayu di sini kan tanda. Ya.
Tapi sultannya kan itu tidak simbol kayak
cuma Jogja, benar kan?
power ada power di kita ada power simbol saja. Jadi kan punya istana dari
yang dokumentasi tadi dari CenPRIS
yang
foto tadi dari mana tadi?
ada
malah Banten juga ada yang mau iya kan
Pasti dia kalau merasa dapat keputusan dari pengadilan.
Oh, pengadilan.
Oh, di sila.
Oh, kalau yang Cina tadi enggak itu kayaknya yang ikutan Pak Andrew kan kameramennya Pak Andrew.
Yo, kameramen Pak E apa yang Andrew? Andrew kayaknya ya.
Yang Cina kan? Nah, Andrew. Kalau yang kopiah itu ada satu.
Tapi tadi foto-foto nggak?
Ada tapi nggak banyak.
Iya, kalau ada nanti minta ya. Mas ada yang
Iya,
itu buat saya kirimin ke Nusantara official.
Ya.
Iya, tapi nggak semua jurusan ada. Tinggal di mana itu? Saya tinggal di kota Serangnya, dokter. Hah? Saya tinggal di kota Serangnya, dokter. Sini. Oh, di sini. Saya desa siswa. Jadi ada 2 kawan. Saya kan awalnya tinggal di hostel area masjid. Tapi ternyata penuh. Jadi akhirnya saya cari alternatif buat yang lain. Inginnya saya kan di dalam USM supaya saya boleh inilah nostalgia lagi.
Iya.
Dan kemana-mana pun saya bisa jalan, bisa sambil academic environment ini saya kangen, dokter. Kemudian ternyata kawan bilang, udah baik kok jangan bikin reservation hotel. Ada kawan yang lagi pulang ke Indonesia. Jadi saya tempat tinggal sama kawan lah. Bisa siswa lagi. Gitu. Jadi saya merasa jadi student lagi.
Ada di Apex Hall belum buka lagi.
Apex Hall itu kan sekarang dia buka Zoom-nya daily ya, rate-nya. 1 hari 200 ringgit.
Mahalnya.
Mahal. Saya pikir waktu saya di Apex sekitar 2 tahun lalu, 1 bulan itu kan 700 ringgit.
Iya.
Dan saya rasa itu kan sudah mahal pun ya kan. Ini untuk 1 hari 200 ringgit.
Hotel sewa di luar lagi murah, hotel di luar lagi murah.
Iya. Jadi saya pikir dari Apex mahal banget gitu kan. Dari saya kalau mau nginep di hotel, di hotel yang lain saja.
Iya, betul.
Kemudian kawan bilang nggak usah, Mbak Eko duitnya sayang. Jadi saya udah pakai hotel kamar kawan yang memang sedang pergi. Jadi ya pokoknya dikasih saya nginep di sana. Kan buat tidur aja kan, dokter. Sehari-hari kan.
Kapan pulang ke Indonesia?
Flight Ahad pagi. Ahad pagi flight pulang ke Indonesia.
Ke Jakarta direct.
Karena kalau nggak direct saya capek di jalan rasanya. Kalau misalnya harus transit ya.
Tapi Malindo batik
Saya selalu pakai Asia aja.
Bukan lagi capek, tadi dibongkar semua lebih dari 7 kilo. Ya dikit kebakaran jenggot.
Ya Allah.
Sebut-sebut
dia
masuk ke kan.
Kalau di batiknya itu direct kan Jakarta.
Iya, ada direct.
Maksimal 7 kilo.
Maksimal 7 kilo untuk luggage di dalam pesawat.
Masih kelebihan.
Tadi yang studi pesisir itu Untirta.
Oh bukan, kalau itu NGO. NGO dari Pemang. Ini ya, Pemang dari Sekretari JIDR yang itu, yang Dr. Andrew. Iya,
Bukan Untirta.
Bukan Untirta. Kenapa?
Soalnya dosen hanya tadi kalau saya punya minta
untuk ya pusat pesisir. Kalau studi pesisir Untirta paling untuk yang international studies-nya Pak Belardo. Belardo lo ngerjain studi pesisir nggak?
Iya kan.
Pak Belardo. Minta nomor kontaknya, minta mau dihubungin sama dosen Unrap Universitas Mataram. Ada Pak Belardo.
08
level 1 69
7376. Masih Pak.
Dingin banget tadi.
Sekarang udah enggak ya?
Ibu jadi pulang hari Minggu.
Minggu pagi deh saya pulang. Tadi mau nemenin pulang ke Indonesia.
Saya pulangnya tanggal 2 Agustus.
2 Agustus.
Pesisir internasional ya, Bu?
Apa keilmuanmu, Dok?
Hukum laut internasional.
Hukum laut internasional.
Can you start?
Hukum laut dan
Internasional. Hukum laut internasional.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim.
Udah mencakup
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
saya balik ke kursi dulu.
So now we move to second plenary with a theme of law, policy and program. For the first presentation, we would like
Ada sudah ada.
For the first presentation, we would like Dr. Agus Burihartono, with the title is The Badui's Customary Law Existence on Indonesian Regulation. Please welcome Dr. Agus Burihartono.
Okay, thank you for the time. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillah wa syukurillah wa la haula wa la quwwata illa billah. Selamat siang menuju sore. Terima kasih atas kesempatannya. Thank you very much for the invitation. Special thanks for Prof. Rifani telah menyambut kita dengan baik sekali. Kita sangat terharu sampai bandara, kita pick up dari bandara until this room. Saya dengan rombongan saya, dengan Vice Dean Pak Ridwan dan Pak Ruli sedang sholat, kemudian Chief Jurnal Bu Dr. Rani, dan ada kolega saya lecturer juga di Fakultas Hukum Universitas Sultan Ageng-Tirta Banten, Indonesia. Kebetulan kalau Bu Dr. Riko ini di layanan internasional, ya. Jadi kalau ada ini kebetulan di Malaysia juga kadang ada pepatah juga, ada ini saya akan ikan sepat, ikan gabus, ikan lele. Makin cepat, makin bagus, tidak bertele-tele. Karena our journey ini sangat benar-benar banyak drama. Dramanya itu kita ini kemarin aktivitas, kemudian langsung berangkat habis maghrib. Setelah itu kita sampai ke Kuala Lumpur, kita transit 6 jam. Alhamdulillah 6 jam langsung kita berangkat ke Penang. Ganti baju pun di bandara. Ganti baju bandara dan alhamdulillah dijemput oleh Prof. Rif ya. Kalau tidak jemput kita kayak ini ayam kehilangan induk ya, gitu. Jadi kita alhamdulillah sampai sini walaupun dengan mata yang sudah ini ya. Baik, saya akan mempresentasikan sedikit, memperkenalkan juga mengenai adat Baduy ya, the Baduy Customary Law Existence of Indonesian Regulation, di mana adat Baduy ini diakui dalam sistem hukum di Indonesia ya. Adat Baduy atau suku Baduy ya, di sini ada di Provinsi Banten, di provinsi kami Banten, Indonesia. Next. Banten Province has one of the serving customary law community, namely the Baduy Customary Law or Baduy tribe or suku Baduy. The administratively Baduy people live in Kanekes village, Lewidamar district, Lebak Regency, and in Banten province. Jadi tempat Baduy itu daerahnya ada di daerah Kanekes, Lewidamar, di Kabupaten Lebak. Jadi wilayahnya itu wilayah pegunungan. Jadi di tiap pegunungan sampai yang paling ujung itu ada nama-namanya sampai di Lewi Damar paling akhirnya. Population of suku Baduy approximately 26,000 people consisting of Baduy Dalam and Baduy Luar. We have Baduy Dalam and Baduy Luar. Baduy Dalam Baduy Dalam itu identik dengan bajunya yang warna putih dan Baduy Luar warna hitam. And suku Baduy have identity batik Baduy yang sedang saya pakai ini. The shirt I wear this from Baduy Dalam. Jadi ini batik Baduy ini, dan plakat juga itu diiniin oleh batik Baduy juga ini. Jadi masyarakat Baduy bisa membuat batik, kemudian kerajinan tenun dan lain sebagainya, itu banyak kerajinan lokal wisdomnya, gula Jawa dan lain sebagainya, bahkan madu ya di situ. Saya membawa local wisdom, barangkali ada yang bisa kita kerjasamakan, barangkali ada yang tertarik dengan suku Baduy, baik dari segi sosiologis, baik segi dari hukumnya maupun segi ekonomiknya, yang bisa kita join riset bareng di sana, karena banyak dari berbagai negara juga masuk ke wilayah Baduy untuk join riset bersama. The basic things that the distinguish has the two group in Baduy life in adherence to customary rules, and it can be seen from the way they dress and openness to modern life. Baduy Dalam dress in white and Baduy Luar dress in black. The Baduy Dalam's community is very strict in carrying out every single of customary rules, and modern influencers are strictly avoided. Example that prefer to walk rather than use any transportation to travel. Jadi kalau Baduy Dalam itu tidak mau kemana-mana itu pakai transportasi, jalan walk Baduy Dalam kemanapun kecuali menyeberang laut, baru dia memakai ini, karena tidak bisa renang gitu kan. Gitu, nanti renang tengah laut, nanti nyemplung nggak keluar lagi gitu kan. Gitu. People of Baduy Luar are quite open to modern circumstance. Example, they are using handphone to communicate with outsider. Jadi kalau Baduy Dalam itu tertutup, sangat tertutup dengan budaya luar. Kalau Baduy Luar sudah terbuka. Bahkan any people in Baduy Luar have handphone, ponsel, Android, and have social media, Instagram, Facebook, WhatsApp, Shopee, ya, betul.
Masuk jualan
Shopee. There was any handicraft and kayak makanan-makanan Baduy dan makanan khas Baduy yang dijual. Tidak hanya di tempat tetapi melalui Shopee tersebut. Nah, the taste of Baduy Luar, Dalam and Baduy Luar, Baduy Dalam and Baduy Luar. People of Baduy Dalam have kind of an obligation to bertapa or semedi, but not real meditate. Maksudnya jadi Baduy Dalam itu betul-betul adat istiadatnya dan animisme dan dinamisme itu sangat tinggi sekali, sehingga dia itu melakukan suatu ritual karena mereka memiliki kepercayaan namanya Sunda Wiwitan, Sundanis Wiwitan Religion, strengthen preference adat Baduy, reinforce Sundanis Wiwitan Religion. Nah, people of Baduy Luar have an obligation to panamping to protect Baduy Dalam, so that it also helps strengthen Baduy, adat Baduy from the outsider. Nah, Baduy has their self-government. system and Kelet Pikukuh Karukun with 3 traditional leaders. Jadi Baduy ini memiliki susunan kepemerintahan tersendiri. Kalau di desa mungkin kepala desa, kalau kita disebut puun, ya, traditional leader called as puun with different religion position. Tangtu, namely di setiap daerah Cipeo, Cikartawana, Cikesik itu daerah-daerah yang ada di Baduy itu ada yang dikepalai oleh puun, ada jaro, gitu. Itu tergantung dari wilayahnya. Makin dalam itu dia dipegang oleh jaro, tapi kalau yang di luar itu dipegang oleh puun. It's quite different from the village government regulation, which regulation in H number 23 of 2040 concerning regional government and X number 6 of 2014 concerning village. The Puun have different tasks and authority. Jadi Puun itu memiliki otoritas tersendiri. And then Kapuun Cikesik is in charge of dealing the religious and customary courts, especially in determining the time for crying out traditional ceremonies, Serang Tahun, Kawalu, and Seba, and deciding penalties for those who violates the adat. Jadi masyarakat Baduy itu menghargai pemerintah setempat dengan cara mereka tiap tahun itu ada melakukan Serang Tahun menghargai pemerintah setempat walaupun dia punya pemerintahan tersendiri. Salah satunya Serang Tahun dan Kawalu Seba Baduy. Jadi mereka tiap tahun itu berduyun-duyun memberikan hasil karya mereka, hasil bumi mereka untuk diserahkan kepada pemimpin tertinggi di daerah, yaitu gubernur. Kalau dulu sebelum ada gubernuran itu di pendopo, di bupati. Nah itu saking-sakingnya. Kalau diceritakan lebih dalam lagi, karena dulu itu kan ada ceritanya orang Baduy tanding dengan orang Banten asli, kemudian akhirnya adu kesaktian, kalah, orang Baduy akhirnya tunduk kepada orang Banten dengan pemerintahan Banten. Nah, Kapuun Cipeo has the authority to take care of service for resident and guests in the Kanekes area, including those relation to regional order, border, crosser, and relations with the outside area. Kapuun Cikartawarna has the authority to take care of community development, welfare, security, and surveillance of the Kanekes. Jadi tiap daerah itu punya masing-masing sistem pemerintahannya. Nah, Baduy customary law is one of the exciting customary law in Indonesia, and the indigenous people of Baduy are governed for hundreds of years from generation to generation on the area. Why the customary law is still exists? Based on article for GB paragraphs 2 of the 1945 customary of the Republic of Indonesia recognize and respect existence of indigenous people. The state recognize and respect the customary law community and their traditional rights as long as they are still living in accordance with the development of society and the principle of the unitary state of the Republic of Indonesia, that regulation in Indonesian law. According to Act 223 2040 on local government regulation, the mention of traditional village in the religion government law is equated with the term village in general. The religion government of Banten Province is in charge of establishing the composition, institution, filling position, and terms of customary law community village head of Baduy, of course based on applicable customary law. The Lebak Regency government as the main area of the suku Baduy given specific to the Baduy customary law community through the Lebak Regency Regional Regulation number 1 of 2050 concerning village. The customary village is in the case the Baduy customary law community has authority based on origin right including regulation and implementation of government based on the origin composition and then regulation and management of customary or customary theorities and then preservation of the socio-cultural value of the traditional village and then settlement of customary dispute based on customary law in force in the traditional village in an area that is in harmony with the principle of human rights by prioritizing statement by deliberation. Implementation of the traditional village justice peace trial in accordance with the provision of laws and regulation. Maintenance of peace and order in the traditional village communicated based on the customary law applicable in the traditional village and development of customary law life in accordance with the socio-cultural condition of the indigenous village community. Nah, conclusion dari apa yang telah saya sampaikan. Yang pertama adalah the existence of Baduy customary law community is recognized as the of customary law in Indonesia. The Lebak Regency government has the duty to carry out the implementation the village management including stabilize special rules regarding customary law of the Baduy community. And then thank you for the time. I'm sorry atas segala kekurangan dan karena saya ngantuk, mohon maaf sekali lagi. Terima kasih. Bila kesimpulan saya, wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Terima kasih kepada Dr. Agus atas presentasinya. For the second presentation, we would like to Dr. Ikomadusunia with the title is Halal Thayyiban Implementation of Community Participation based on Indonesian Halal Product Assurance Regulation in Banten Province. Please welcome Dr. Ikomadusunia.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon. Thank you very much for the opportunity that I stay and stand here to share about the halal thayyiban conception. The specific topic is, perhaps you can enter, is about the implementation of communities' participation based on Indonesian halal product assurance regulation in Banten province. So this is actually kind of the research result of the grant research that we had from the Universitas Sultan Ageng-Tirta-Yasa. Okay, thank you very much, the Honorable Prof. Rifani, then Dr. Saz as the Vice Director, then Pak Dekan, Pak Dr. Agus Prihartono, and Pak Wadek 1 dan 2, kemudian Bu Dr. Rani, Pak Belardo, and my best colleagues, Muhtadi. He's always around me if I need him. So, kemudian juga Ketua PPI, Mr. Dr. Gani, kemudian juga Mbak Widi, okay. And my colleagues Eugene in here too, Mr. Hanif in here, and the intern students in here too. Thank you very much. Okay, for my presentation, I would like to present about the title that I already mentioned about. The first about the abstract introduction, then literature review and research designs, the moreover analysis and discussion, and finals about conclusion. Okay, this is the abstract. The implementation of the community's participation related to halal product assurance regulated in Chapter 8. Articles 53 until 55 of Act number 33 of 2014 concerning halal product assurance, or we call it Jaminan Produk Halal, is an important issue to be deeply examined. Based on the pre-research, the community does not seem to have performed its role optimally based on the halal regulations on local halal food. Therefore, measuring the implementation of the provisions of the article is considered necessary as a reference that whether the regulation of the article has been carried out as it should, or whether more in-depth study and education in the community is needed. Therefore, the research using social legal studies, we call it as juridis empiris in Indonesia. There's kind of specific methodological of law in research. We call this juridis empiris. So it's combined from the regulation and the social actors' behaviors in the implementation. With an adaptive approach and qualitative data analysis was carried out using primary and secondary data. The primary data is in the form of in-depth interviews with local food producers and consumers in Banten province. So the producers of the local food we gain from 8 cities and regencies. Furthermore, secondary data obtained from primary, secondary, and tertiary legal materials. The results of the study provide various facts in the community that community's participation based on regulation has partially run. Okay, perhaps this is the final that I want to describe. So we try to move on. Okay, this is the introduction. The awareness role of people in halal product assurance emerged. Food and beverages found have not halal certified due to lack awareness of the business actors and human resource capabilities. Communities' participation on conducting education on halal product assurance and supervise halal product and products in circulation should be assessed in ensuring the independence of Bantenese local food security. So that's the idea about how much the participation of the customer or of the society of Banten in halal implementation certificate. Okay, halal regulation is explained in Act number 34, 2014 concerning halal product assurance. Therefore, the community's participation in halal Act needs to be studied to measure to what extent it has been true. The measurement of community's participation in implementation will use the halal product assurance regulation. Based on it, data in the field analyzed whether the community participation in halal Act based on Article 53 until 55 of the Act of Halal has been carried out properly or needs to be evaluated. This is the literature review that we brought to the paper, this quarterly, 1997.
Good things are those which moderate people acknowledge to be wholesome, and which are approved by human beings in general without relation to the habits of particular group. Allah Ta'ala says, they ask thee what is lawful to them as food. Say, whatever is good is lawful to you. He also says today, whatever is good is made lawful to you. Furthermore, chapter 8 concerning community participation is contained in Article 53 of the Act of Halal Product Assurance, which are, first, the community participates in implementation of halal product assurance. Second, community participation as referred to in paragraph 1 are A. Conducting education on halal product assurance. B. Supervise halal products and products in circulation. Furthermore, the community participation in the form of supervision of halal products and products circulating as referred to in paragraph 2, point B, in the form of complaints or reports to halal institution or badan penyelenggara jaminan produk halal. Okay, this is my research design, our research design, because this is the teamwork. The research is related to communities' participation in halal product assurance, especially in halal local food products in Banten province. From the pre-research, it's known there are still many people who do not understand their role as mandated in Article 53 of Halal Act. In addition, the data collected are based on the information through in-depth interviews and literature. Conducted in Banten province, we are doing the in-depth interviews with social actors, which are producers and consumers, recorded in the in-depth interview. Then we do kind of transcribing. Finally, we do kind of thematic data analysis to answer the research objective. Okay, move on. Okay, there were two notable results of the study. First, the less knowledge about the Act of Halal Product Assurance. Second, people does not acknowledge the halal institution. Then people have no comprehensive knowledge about halal certification, lack of knowledge of halal certificate submission procedures, minor of information on the halal certificates fees, asymmetrical information and education of halal certification, ungrouped local food businesses actors, less technical promotion and information on local food, then the high awareness of the people in consuming halal local food, minor possibility of mixing halal and non-halal, no complaints to the halal institution about the circulation of halal and non-halal products, lack of implementation of halal products awards from the government. Okay, then there are three highlights analysis points based on the results, which are, first, the limitation of communities' participation in the implementation of Halal Act, related to what has not been done regarding Article 53, Paragraph 1, which is community participate in halal product assurance. The people have lack knowledge about the Act of Halal Assurance and do not know the halal institution. And the second, the minor of education of halal product assurance regulation, based on the circumstances of the implementation of Article 53, Paragraph 1, which are the participation of the community regulated further in Paragraph 2, namely conducting education on Halal Act and supervising halal products and circulation, did not implement it. The circumstances were due to incomprehensive knowledge about halal certification and procedures for applying it, lack of information about the cost of halal certificates, uneven information and education about halal certificates, and the weakness of technical promotion. Then the third one, the lack of supervision reporting of circulation. Based on Article 53, Paragraph 3, community preferred to, in Paragraph 1.b, in the form of complaints or reports to the halal agency, halal participation in the form of supervision of halal products and products circulating has not been carried out. This circumstance were emerged by the absence of complaints to halal institution regarding the circulation of halal and non-halal products. The lack of awards for the implementation of halal products from the government and local food businesses actors who are not in groups. Okay, this is the conclusion. Based on the result of the study, the conditions in the community related to their role found less implemented, minor of education of halal product assurance, and supervision and reporting on halal local food circulation. Although some positive actions have been carried out with high awareness from the community on halal local food, and there is a small possibility of mixing halal and non-halal. The lack participation of the community emerged by the less of people understanding on regulations and so on that I already told you about the 12 highlights. Then the community's participation in the front line in guaranteed halal local food to maintaining food safety, halal certification, brand image, and quality perception of consumer buying intent through health reasons or can be concepted as thayyiban. The concept of halal and thayyiban in local food has potential and affects consumer purchasing intent both directly and indirectly. Thus, Banten as regional government that has extraordinary potential with the availability of ports, industrial, and halal trade centers, as well as the participation of religious communities, has a strategic opportunity as a make-up brand image of the halal and Taiwan local food system that can be implemented locally, nationally, and internationally. Okay, this is my presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for Dr. Kumatusanya for your presentation. For the last presentation, we would like to Mr. Hanif Abdul Rahman Siswanto, with the title is Nusantara and Integrating the Free Westphalian Phenomenon, CLCs of Indonesian Migrant Workers in Sabah. Please welcome Mr. Hanif.
Okay, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and very good afternoon, everyone. I hope all of you are not sleepy because
Come on. Wait, no.
No, I'm not sleepy. I'm very sleepy.
I will make sure my presentation will be a very short one. Now it's almost 3. I hope we can finish as soon as possible. Okay, so today this is the last presentation, and I would like to present my title here. Understanding who is Sabah. I use the term who is Sabah to show that I want everyone here to know about more about the history of the Sabah, because before we want to know about the person, we need to know about the history so that we can learn more about Sabah. And it related to the case of education facilities for children of Indonesian migrant workers in Sabah, Malaysia. Okay, next slide. Okay, actually this presentation I want to highlight more for the embassy, also the Permai, but unfortunately they already went back, but it's okay. So yeah, I want to show the model there. Okay, so for the introduction, the migration of people from Indonesia to Malaysia, actually it is not a new phenomenon. So the process of migration, merantau, it happens for many centuries ago, even before the existence of Indonesia, Malaysia. So the local people within the Nusantara, Malay Archipelago, within the Southeast Asia, they used to do the merantau. They used to migrate by using the ships, because they are known with the maritime ethnicity, especially at the Sulawesi Island or the Celebes. So we have a different context of migration. It happens first in the pre-Westphalian international system, which is before the existence of Indonesia and Malaysia, and also the current Westphalian system. So here, at first, I would like to show about the migration phenomenon before the existence of Westphalian system. It's like I'm continuing what Dr. Revani this morning already presented. It's just the continuation. So maybe by this, all of you can understand more. Next slide. Okay, I show you this map. This is from Tahara 2016. So now at this moment, during the pre-Westphalian system, now every one of us tries to forget about Indonesia, tries to forget about Malaysia. Now we are in the time where there is no such countries. We are all freedom. We have no border. We have no government. We have no citizenship. So all of us are free to move everywhere. So this map shows the thing. You can see here. I gave a picture of compass. It shows that this is particularly focused on the people of Buton, the Buton ethnicity. So they are also one of the maritime ethnicities in Sulawesi, one of the common other than the Bugis. So Buton, they also used to migrate by using their own ships. So here, the map, because there are like the north wind, the south wind, the west wind, the east wind. So how the people of Buton can move to Sabah in the pre-Westphalian system. So usually based on the map, so the people of Buton, they've been to Sabah for many centuries by using the north wind. So when the people of Buton, they finally meet the north wind, angin ke arah utara. So they will move from the island, from the Buton Island in the southeast Sulawesi. They move to the northern Sulawesi, and finally they reach to the East Sabah as one of their places to stop and to conduct trade. So, I'm not done. Yeah. Okay. So at this moment in the pre-Westphalian system, people are known with they're very identical with the forest products. Before the existence of the colonial powers, so the people of the local communities, they used to trade forest products, sea cucumber, trepang, also the bird nest, and things like that. So those are the very common things that they used to trade each other between the Chinese traders, the Bugis traders, the Buton traders. They used to exchange products. So in the East Sabah. Okay, next slide. And this is also another picture that I want to show you about the maritime ethics. So as you can see there, in Nusantara Malay Archipelago or Southeast Asia, we are also known with the maritime ethnicities. So here it shows one of the ethnicities, which is suku Bajau Laut. So in Sabah, you will see there are many Bajau Laut community. And why I put that issue of stateless community, because in Sabah, that is one of the main issues that exist in Sabah. Most of the time, the people of Bajau Laut, they don't stay in the land. Until now, if you go to Sabah, you will see many people of the Bajau, they still live on the ocean. And they very rarely come to the land. They just come to land if somebody died, and then they will move again because they live at the sea. So that's why most of the time people of Bajau, they have issue of stateless. Many of them, they don't even have documents. They are not, although they live in Sabah, but they are not Malaysians because they don't have documents. So those are the issues of stateless that exist until now in Sabah. And that also includes the children of Indonesian migrant workers, because they can also be considered as stateless because when they were born in Sabah, they also do not have a document. So that's why the issue of stateless is very common in Sabah. Okay, next slide. Another thing that we need to know about Sabah before the existence of the border, the Malaysia, the Indonesia, is about trade. So Sabah, particularly at the East Sabah, if you guys ever heard about the Sulu Sultanate, Kerajaan Sulu, usually we always listen to the report, to the news. There's always issue between the government of Malaysia and the Sulu government. They say the Sulu, they want to retake Sabah because they say that Sabah is a part of them. So there's always issues. So actually, Sulu Sultanate, before the colonial powers came, they are located at the south part of Philippines. And the Sulu Sultanate, they are very known with the blue economy, the maritime economic product. So they have one of their most important island is the Jolo Island. So Jolo Island is located between the East Sabah and also the South Philippines. Is the trading hub for all traders to meet there and they exchange maritime products. And then the map shows why I said East Sabah is very important, because what we know today in the nation state system, we used to know about the west-east road from the Hormuz Strait, and then they go to India, they go to Malacca Strait, and finally they reach to the East Asia, the China, the Japan, the South Korea. But actually, long time ago, they also have the other way of road, of the sea road, which is one of the roads is through the East Sabah. So after they go to East Sabah, they go directly to the Latin America without going to the Strait of Malacca or to the Middle East, the Strait of Hormuz. So, and this is the example I found from one of the articles. Says all on Silk Road. So it means that the road actually previously already existed, and now they started to do it again from the China government because they want to improve. Okay, and this is a picture that I would like to show. The location of the Jolo Island previously was very popular. If you because Sabah, before the establishment of Malaysia, they were owned by the west part of Sabah, owned by the Brunei Sultanate, while the east part was given to the Sulu Sultanate. However, if you looking for articles that are related to the economic development of North Sabah or North Borneo, previously we call it as North Borneo, the Sulu Sultanate was more popular compared to the Brunei Sultanate in terms of the economic development because of this Jolo Island. Because at that time the Brunei Sultanate, they only relied in the paddy field and the forest product. But then for the Sulu Sultanate, they were developed in terms of the maritime products, and many Chinese traders from Arabs from Europe, they have a very huge demand in this maritime product. That's why Jolo Island was very popular. You can find many articles related to this Jolo Island about the Sulu Sultan. If you look articles related to Sulu Sultanate, they always talk about this island. They always talk about the maritime products, the slavery that are used by the Sulu Sultanate to gain more maritime products. Okay, next slide. Okay, now after we begin from the pre-Westphalian, now we move on to the Westphalian system. So, what is Westphalian system? Westphalian system is a system that we are currently using, so-called nation-state concept, Malaysia, Indonesia, and that's why this concept, they have four main principles that we need to know. We have sovereignty, we have state government, we have citizenship, we also have border. Territory. So, because of the existence of this concept, the migration nowadays we can separate into two. Either it is domestic migration or international migration. However, in this context, we will more focusing on the international migration. And if you realize, when we are talking about the migration, Malaysia, Indonesia, we rarely listen any issues. Malaysian migrant workers in Indonesia, but most of the time we always listen to the Indonesian migrant workers in Malaysia. Why? Because most of the migration that occurs from Indonesia to Malaysia are dominated by the unskilled or semi-skilled migrant workers, not not the expatriates. The expatriates, the professional, the high-skilled workers. So in Sabah, in the case of Sabah, this existence, the unskilled or semi-skilled migrant workers, causing the existence of the children of Indonesian migrant workers. Next slide. So this is the product of nation state. Because of the existence of the nation state, it caused the existence of the border. Even though we are in the one island, but we have this border. And if you go to this island, Sabati Island, you will find that your relative live in Sabati, Indonesia, but then you also have relative in Malaysia. So, and then you always go from one border to another border, and there is no problem. So there was article says that in their daily life, they don't believe about border. What they understand is that the border, the territory, it is only happen from the aspect of the political way. But from the community, the border community, they live normally, like they move from one border to another border without even thinking about Indonesia and Malaysia. Okay, next slide. Next slide, next slide. Yeah. This is the location of education facilities for the children of Indonesian migrant workers. So what I want to say is that to know why there are so much different, there are so much education facilities for the Indonesian children of Indonesian migrant workers in Sabah, is that we need to understand not only in the context of the current concept of nation state, but we also need to see how Sabah looks like before the existence of the nation state, before the existence of Malaysia. So Sabah, as I mentioned previously in the previous slides about during the previous finance system, they are much different compared to the peninsular one. Sabah was known as a place where people used to migrate to Sabah. Sabah is one of the most popular places where the people migrate to Sabah, and surprisingly, until now, that those movement, the migration movement, it still happen in an irregular way. So even though we are already live in Malaysia, Indonesia with the existence of the border, but the process of migration, the illegal migration, nowadays we call it irregular migration, it still happen. And because of that existence, it causing the existence of these education facilities. So what I want to say is that doesn't mean that the phenomenon is not in line or against to the current system, to the current concept of nation state. Doesn't mean it will not give benefit to the people who does these irregular things. And why? You will see this. Okay, next slide. Okay, because of their movement, because of their irregular migration, it caused this model of education facilities for children of Indonesian migrant workers in Sabah. As you can see, in Sabah, the main HQ is the Sekolah Indonesia Kota Kinabalu, and then there are two types of CLC, the Community Learning Center, CLC Ladang and CLC Non-Ladang. So CLC Ladang is a CLC which are located inside the plantation sector, plantation area. Whereas the CLC Non-Ladang is a CLC where it is not located at the plantation area, or it is not owned by the plantation. So that's why they separated into two. But and also in CLC Ladang and Non-Ladang, there is the existence of two different types of teachers. One is Guru Bina, and another one is the Guru Pamong. So Guru Bina is the Indonesian teachers who were brought by the government of Indonesia, and they are being paid by the government of Indonesia as an expatriate. Whereas the Guru Pamong is a local teacher, is a Malaysian, Sabahan, but becomes a teacher of children of Indonesian migrant workers, and they get payment, salary, monthly salary by the sponsor by the plantation sectors who established the school. So that's how the system in Sabah. Next slide. Okay, so this is my problem. Like what we know from the previous articles, they always mention that the reason why CLC exists, education facilities for children of Indonesian migrant workers exist is because of it is the duty of the state to provide education for the children of Indonesia, because children have the rights to obtain education. So it is the national interest, it is the interest of the state to pursue their interest by establishing the school. So how to pursue? From the previous article, they always conducted in using the foreign policy, because it is a process between the two governments, so it is not a domestic one, it is a foreign policy. But how is the foreign policy being conducted? So rather than using the hard power, they're using the soft power. So what are the soft powers? There are a lot. There is a bilateral cooperation, there is the multi-stakeholders, there's a diplomacy, a human rights, those are the soft power. But however, we still have a theoretical vacuum in explaining the phenomenon why Sabah has education facilities for children PMI compared to the other states in Malaysia. Because if it is the national interest of Indonesia, but how come it only exists in Sabah? But how about the other parts in Malaysia? Because the children of Indonesian migrant workers not only exist in Sabah, but they exist in many parts of Malaysia. But why it only exists in Sabah? So this about my research. Next slide. I think the next slide I just showing my I just showed my last time I conducted research with the University Negeri Malang together we went to Sabah for 1 week, so we visited Sekolah Indonesia Kota Kinabalu and we get the data. As you can see, for the primary school they have 366 students, whereas for the secondary school they have 195 students. The upper one or SMA almost 500. They also have vocational school of 185. So can you imagine this is the numbers that exist in SIKK, Sekolah Indonesia Kota Kinabalu, and they have 54 teachers and 23 assistants. Next slide. We also went to community learning centers CenPRIS. This is very interesting. So this CLC CenPRIS is not the one owned by the ladang, but it is considered as non-ladang. So the school got funded by the community, by the parents of the children, and also they got funded by the church. Because the one who pengelola, the headmaster, is a Christian and he is very active in church. So most of the fund comes from the church. Okay, next slide. This is one of, and also we went to Community Learning Center Ladang Mawau. This one is different from the previous one. This one is CLC Ladang. Is a category under Ladang. So you can see here. This CLC is established by, if you know, Sawit Kinabalu company. It is the biggest plantation, oil palm plantation in Sabah. and they established the school. So all the fund comes from the company, and also the one who pays the teachers is the company. But for Guru Bina, it's the government of Indonesia who pays. But there are only 4 teachers in this school. It's not really a big school, but it's okay. I mean, at least they can go to school from primary until lower secondary. Not all, most of the time, the CLC, they only provide the education from primary school until the lower education, lower secondary school ataupun SMP in Indonesia. So after they completed their SMP, they will, if they can perform well, they will be given fund by the government to continue their study for free in Indonesia, or they will go to SIKK, Sekolah Indonesia Kota Kinabalu, to continue their high school or vocational school. Next slide. This one, we also went to Community Learning Center, Grace Center. This is not owned by Ladang, but it is categorized under non-Ladang. However, from many of the CLC that we visited, this is the one that has the biggest, I mean, the best facilities compared to the other CLCs. But I also found that this school is also funded by the church, but from Korea. So I interviewed them, and they said most of every month they always Korean church came to this school and they make some programs. So most of the fund also comes from them. But I was surprised when I came to the school and the hall, they even have the drum set, you know, for the play music. They have everything. So the school is quite good. So this is one of the best CLC that I went last time. Okay, yeah, so what is the significance of the study? In this study, I would like to do more in doing explanatory research, in which the previous studies, most of them, they are consist of researchers who came from Indonesia, and most of them came from the Indonesian institutions. So they might have a little bit of less background compared to me, because personally I already lived for more than 10 years in Malaysia, and I also did my bachelor degree in Sabah for 3 years. So I have more background information, and because of that, I consider that doing explanatory is my decision. And the second one is I am reintegrating the pre-Westphalian system discourse in the study, because most of the previous study they only see from the perspective of the current nation state. However, in my study, I argue that understanding the condition of Sabah in the pre-Westphalian system is also significantly important to understand why Sabah is like this at the moment, at the present. And to understand the phenomenon, I use the sociological liberalism theory. This theory emphasizes not international relations, but more towards the transnational relations, which means I will emphasize more on the multi-centric rather than state-centric actors. And I believe that the multi-centric or the transnational relations that exist in Sabah, it contributes towards the different of policies that we can see in Sabah. That's why we can see the Sabah immigration policy is different with the one in the peninsula, and also why this the school exists is because of the existence of these transnational relations rather than the government to government or government to the private companies. So that's what the difference that we have in Sabah. Next slide. So this is my findings of the research. So we can see here, actually the easy one is that the process of migration will in Sabah causing the existence of transnational relations. but I make it more detailed. So the reason why migration happens is because the working opportunities that is available in Sabah. So most of the working opportunities in Sabah is not in the field of formal sectors such as industries, but more in the informal sectors, which is the plantations. Also in Sabah, as I showed previously, there are so many irregular access. So the existence of this irregular access also allows the process of migration to occur more than the other places in Malaysia. Also in Sabah, they have social connection, the strong social connection, because relatives lives both in Sabah and also in part of Indonesia. Like I said previously, for example, in Sebate, some of their relatives in Malaysia, some of their relatives in Indonesia. So that's why they have social connections. And because of the migration in Sabah occurs for many centuries, so it caused the existence of a migration phase from the first, like for example, the Bugis migration. There was one study who said that the migration of Bugis, they have four phases. The first phase is the migration of Bugis before, in the early 90s. The second phase was before 1945. The third phase is before 1965, and the fourth phase is the post 1965 until present. So it shows that the migration continues in Sabah until present. And because of that, the transnational relations that occurs due to the migration also not only occurs how to say it? No. But perhaps some of the independent variables of migration we can also find in the other parts of Malaysia. However, there are also some other things like what I consider here as the intervening variables or mediating variables that only exist in Sabah, which is the Perkara 21 and also the bargaining of the plantation workers, because they at the same time they also have the power towards the plantation companies, because the plantation companies, they really highly demand on these communities, the people of Indonesia, because without them the plantation sectors, they cannot produce. Because in Sabah most of most of the working sectors are in plantation, and they totally rely on these migrant workers from Indonesia. And also the Perkara 21, it's about the independence agreement between the Federal Malaya and also the government of Sabah. And that's why, because of this existence, it causes this what I call as the declining state authority, the Sabah immigration policy, and also the establishment of education facilities for children of Indonesian migrant workers. So it is in line with the theory that transnational relations causing the decline of the state authority. So I consider these two is the example of the declining state authority. So I think this is my final slide, isn't it? So so I hope with this I end my presentation, and with this thank you so much for coming.
Thank you for Mr. Hanif Abdurrahman Siswanto for your presentation. From all of the presentation, we will open the Q&A or discuss within 5 minutes. Ada pertanyaan?
Bahasa. Cakap bahasa Melayu. Ya, saya boleh cakap bahasa Melayu. Boleh.
So, with Dr. Agus?
Yeah.
Okay. So, actually, this is a very good topic. Maybe just with my major, because maybe we live in the same community in this way.
Introduce yourself first. Introduce yourself first.
Okay, sorry. I am Muhtadi, PhD student under supervision Dr. Muhammad Rabani, Bistami. My background is Bedouin. I came from Arab culture, so I am my tribe, my background with my culture is Bedouin. So in the Bedouin also we have a customary law, always conflict with the state law. So that's a big problem in my country. So the problem is beyond the law, it's culture. So the law culture there, which we accept, the customary law or government law, that's a big problem in my country. So also when you speak about Bedouin Dalam, Bedouin Dalam, there's very dogmatic. They don't accept the modern. So I remember in the beginning of the 20th century, when the British colonialism brought the train to our country, so the people there rejected the train, and they asked people, "You leave the donkeys and you accept the train?" That's a problem, right? Yeah, because the donkey mentioned in the Quran, transportation. Yeah, that's a big problem, but it is good in your topic, the Indonesian government accept that or recognition about this law. For this thing, I need a copy from your research view. But another, how can I say that, argument or maybe problematic is this word is Bedouin or Bedawi. So my supervisor told me now is that's imported from the Dutch colonialism, but that is actually Bedawi came from Bedu. This Arabic word came from Bedu, and Bedu derived from Badia. Badia means desert. Desert, right? So this means the people live in the desert. So the people live in the desert mean their house from clothes. The house they build this heavy clothes, not the clothes, this fashion, heavy fashion, and they pillar side this fashion, and they build house and they live. So they live in the desert with their camels, livestock, okay. Between season to season they move. Which is the better season for the livestock? Is the season in the north, they go to the north. And the season better in the south, they go to the south. For the season we call this mobilization people. Always moving, always migrated for the good life for them in the desert. So in English we say nomads. So this is a concept we need to maybe reconceptualization or redefinition about this. Because the people in the Indian Ocean, they are not Bedouin. We can say that forest people. Forest people. Yeah, forest people. They stable in the one city or language. Just about this concept.
If the British were to come, they call it Tarzan.
Uh-huh.
Tarzan, you say Tarzan. The Tasman Badui.
Thank you very much. Terima kasih.
Thank you for the question. Mr. Muhtadi. There is historical suku Baduy in Indonesia. Jadi there was same name in Baduy in Arab and Baduy in Indonesia, same name but not same people. Yeah. We look at the historical masyarakat Baduy berkembang, masyarakat Baduy live in Banten. There is I mean historical since adat istiadat turun temurun nenek moyang. Jadi kalau berbicara masalah sejarah, we talk about historical. Suku Baduy in Banten is not same with suku Baduy in Mekah. Suku Baduy in Banten, there was historical, yes, perpecahan itu apa ya, dari split from kerajaan Prabu Siliwangi. This is interesting in research. Jadi perpecahan dari Prabu Siliwangi yang pergi ke wilayah barat, dan pada saat itu di wilayah barat itu ada penguasa wilayah barat Banten. Nah itu.
He came from a kingdom, yeah. Kingdom of
Siliwangi.
And
Kingdom Banten. Nah, there was a war between Prabu Siliwangi and Pangeran Banten. Prabu Siliwangi, pecahan Prabu Siliwangi lose. Nah, pengikut Prabu Siliwangi itu akhirnya menetap di daerah Banten. They stay in Banten, but they must tunduk ya?
Bow to.
Obey in Banten Kingdom. So in analysis between Baduy and Baduy in Banten is very different. Yeah. Jadi betul-betul sejarah kerajaan yang ada di Indonesia itu memang nyata, gitu, nyata. Jadi kalau misalkan mau digali, mau di riset itu sangat unik, sangat menarik sekali karena itu turun-temurun adat istiadat dari leluhur. Gitu. Dan bukan hanya suku Baduy saja, ada suku yang Usep itu Cisungsang. There was ada suku Baduy, suku Cisungsang. Nah,
other tribes. Other tribes.
There was turun-temurun ya, historical from Cisungsang.
Chinese.
Bukan. Sudanese. Cisungsang. Jadi we have any suku masyarakat in Banten. Iya, jadi memang mungkin kebetulan ada persamaan nama, tetapi different people and different culture. Thank you.
Oh, you have that.
Thank you, Pak Agus. Very interesting talk on how the community embrace the ecological knowledge, and I know that Indonesia has strong law and management policy about incorporating ecological knowledge or wisdom into the governance of marine protected area and also conservation area in the forest. In terms of the community of Baduy, how does the government incorporate by using the community itself to be the custodian of a certain area? or do they include them as the institutionalization of a management in certain forest or national hutan simpan or hutan lindung in that particular area? How does that work? In terms, do you have a system for that?
Yes. Suku Baduy, suku Baduy very menghormati sangat menghormati adat istiadat. Jadi mereka itu merasa bahwa tanah land of nenek moyang itu apa ya? Ancestor ya, itu harus dijaga, tidak boleh dijual, tetapi dilestarikan. Dan tidak boleh there is not adat istiadat atau budaya civilization enter to Baduy dalam. But Baduy luar there has perpaduan ya, sudah ada combination between adat Baduy with modern culture in Indonesia.
Tapi the law ni is recognized by the Indonesian government dan dia tidak diusik.
Yes.
Oh, okay, that's good.
Jadi mereka they must have customary law in marriage terus waris itu apa? Waris terus dalam jual beli. Jadi if there was a problem, dia harus menyelesaikan dengan cara adat mereka.
Ini law ini directify lah.
Yes, ya betul. Tetapi kalau ada problem about adat istiadat antara masyarakat setempat dengan masyarakat luar, maka yang diberlakukan adalah hukum nasional. Selama permasalahan itu ada di masyarakat adat tersebut, itu dilaksanakan, dieksekusi dan diselesaikan dengan hukum masyarakat. Kecuali kalau sudah ada unsur lain dari luar ada masuk.
Can I say that if the government, the Indonesian government has a priority to develop that area, the community can say no to that in that particular area that they are the custodian?
Yes, government give their territory kayak special territory and in suku Baduy itu merupakan diberi nama cagar budaya.
Cagar budaya like a heritage site.
Oh, it's different from our orang asli whereby the government can take.
The government can take, orang asli can take, give back, do whatever they like. Yeah, it's a heritage site. Cagar budaya ya. So it's a heritage site.
Yeah, because I see in Raja Ampat, the community there, they are the custodian of the marine protected area. So the rangers, the marine rangers, they are, and the laws of the sea is adapted or adopted from what the wisdom. So when they say no fishing at certain time or certain month, so that is also incorporated in the marine law in that particular region. So we are using local wisdom to institutionalize what we already have, but we don't see that in because we are colonized.
If you're interested, you must go to Baduy.
Just a quick
and analyze
Baduy. Just a quick question. He's Iraqi.
In Batam, we go to Baduy together.
He's not a colonized. He's being occupied by the American forces, military forces. Just to follow up here, for in China, do you have the customary law kind of practice?
Yeah, we have.
So there's tribes that have customary law.
Tibet. Actually, it's not just tribes. May I just introduce myself?
Sure. Yes.
Liwan Kun, that's Eugene, and then Dr. Rivani is a PhD student. And as I'm very interested on your title and the topic about this Buddhist customary law. And yes, we do have this kind of customary law on the ethnic side, the ethnic area, and just because China is just going to be a multiple ethnic group, but majorly we're just going to be the Han. So as the process, we're building the modernized country, a modernized democracy country, and we have the kind of a social movement like we called it sending the law to the countryside, 送法下乡. So that's a kind of progress we're trying to build a modernized legal system and on some kind of rural area, some ethnic group area, to kind of replace the customary law. But we also respect them. But actually, we just want to send a whole system from the century to the local government, to the local places, to the local region. We want the regulation to be the same. But actually, we have to face that. We have to face the reality. And the rural areas and kind of ethnic rural area, they still have some kind of customary law. So could there be some kind of still have some this kind of conflicts in Indonesia's law legalization system? So what was about your experience?
Oh no.
So
Clear.
It's clear. So
Indonesia have in our institution there's our Article 18. This already present the state that our government or Republic Indonesia protect the local wisdom, the existence of indigenous people, so they can provide or they can doing their own rules based on their indigenous regulation. So there's no problem with this. So Indonesians have kind of protection for that.
Hundreds of years from generation to generation. Baduy is dilindungi ya, dilindungi protected from with governor of Indonesia.
I see.
So the local wisdom is the basic rules of the we call it as the special tribe in Indonesia. So you can use the regulations as they do it. What can they do as a regulation basis in their life? So as long
because we have many
ethnic group.
Yes, suku budaya, ethnic group.
Ethnic culture.
We have many ethnic culture in Indonesia.
So in China, we still remain some region, and they have some kind of freedom to how to say that, to organize their law, their regulation. But actually, for the most of the time, as a modernization, we trying to set up a whole system, a common system, legal system about that.
The Tuja is that?
Tuja, yeah. The states were just on their self-governance.
Okay, one of my students highlight is ethnic Tuja.
But actually, I think that their authority to affair the legal system, we're just going to they can organize their own regulation about the administration law, such as this.
In Indonesia, ethnic law is entered to basic law, basis law in Indonesia. Indonesia, hukum adat, jurisprudence, doctrine, and then civil law. So that is diakui ya,
they recognized
in Indonesia.
So actually, far away from before the Dutch or the colonization came to our Nusantara, the customary law is already exist. So
for example, because my culture exists before Islam.
Yep.
Before Islam. Why? Because the Arab people maybe they're 5,000 years, their age, maybe. So they have their own law, the tribe law. So the problem to the history, the Muhammad Prophet, he faced this problem with the Mecca or Medina, the people, because the Medina we have Al Khazraj and another tribe, between two tribes, they fight each other and he do reconciliation between them. So the system of tribe. So he faced this problem with people. The people don't accept the divine law because their culture and background is like Bedouin customary law. So and then there's verses in Quran, for example, God sent to Muhammad and he asked Muhammad to accept. He said this verse, enjoying the customary law and avoid the ignorant. So for this reason, Muhammad Prophet recognized some customary law. If there's because some customary law is very good, dignity, provide the dignity and encourage and how can they say it? And also. The same problem up to now we face especially if the government becomes weak.
Oh yes.
So the customary law, the tribe become very strong. The people belong, especially now people. For example, it's a good topic maybe. People in Iraq, the government is corruption and weak. The people need to protect themselves. What they do, they belong to the tribe. They go to the tribe. They support the tribe because the law tribe protect them. Protect them. Yeah, that's bigger problem right now. Bigger problem.
As Mutati said, it's quite the same. And in ancient Chinese, in some like the rural area, in Chinese we always have this concept like Wu Song, like no judge. And actually we're not going to start a charge if we have some kind of conflicts. We also trying to have some kind of an elderly in village, which is quite similar as in the tribe, and we will ask this elderly to decide which one of you is right, which one of you is wrong, and as the respect to those elderly, and of course these people, the people with conflicts, they will obey the words by those elderly. So it's just called the Wusong. So, and it seems that in the rural area or maybe the ethnic area, they would not just get used to start a charge in the courtyard.
So not Baduy is exiting customary law in Indonesia. Many other
in
Indonesia.
There are around 600.
600
in Indonesia. So
Okay.
it could be 600 customers law
600.
existed in Indonesia.
600.
Yes.
That's a very complex. Very
Each
complex.
tribe has, but
about
customary law,
masalah hukum ya.
we have many tribes, but almost they all use same.
Problem is
Use customary law.
if there's something that in the implementation something wrong, so each one of the customary law, they have their own problem solving to resolve all of the problems.
Asalkan tidak ada di luar dari masyarakat adat itu yang masuk. Jadi hanya masyarakat adat itu saja ya.
Can I get the copy?
Copy
Hard
of the
copy? Can I get hard copy?
Yes, sure.
So send to the Dr. Ikram. Dr. Ikram sent to me.
soft copy.
Hanif.
He's a little bit confused.
Just say yes, don't worry. Just say yes.
Yes.
Just say yes.
Just say yes.
Just say yes.
Yeah. Wow, interesting.
Thank you.
Yes. You're welcome.
Oh, yes. Is it?
In what university?
Yeah, in my in China. In China.
What university?
It's a medicine university.
Medicine.
Yeah.
Sounds good.
We also have the faculty of the humanity and the management.
Thank you for the question.
Any more questions?
Maybe.
Enough, okay, alright. Yeah, we have a meeting.
Okay. Thank you for all the question and discussion and the great discussion. With this, we finally our final symposium. Mohon maaf. Sebelum menutup acara pada siang hari ini atau sore hari ini, ada persembahan dari bingkisan dari PPI yang akan diberikan kepada perwakilan dari UNTIRTA. Mohon maaf, akan diberikan kepada semua partisipan.
Recently, it's maybe 3 or 4 years ago, the Association of the Islamic in China, we just want to try to retreat
Mohon maaf, mohon kesediaan Profesor Rifani.
So the major bagi ya.
Some of us
Mas Yani datang sekali sebagai
berarti kita
ketua umum PPI ini gimana gitu? Teman adanya aja di sini. Saya berdiri di sini ya gitu.
Islamic Institute.
I would like to invite Dr. Sazlina
There are
and
two circumstances about the regulation itself. It could be the private regulation. It could be the public.
and then Dr. Agus Prihartono.
Wow.
Ada foto nggak?
We'll discuss it.
Ya.
1, 2, 3.
And then Dr. Iko Matusunia.
Terima kasih.
Andrea.